Donald here. Okay. A pleasure. Donald here. Welcome. Where we would like to start today? A pleasure. Well, we'll just start with the with your question. So the area that you're interested in is love specifically. Okay, so let's get started and see where it goes. See where it goes. Let the guides guide us. So what I could see in this space is this. The worlds here illustrate that I see you and being open. You're very open to this time for moving into this space, but I have to say, it's like we're still waiting for the person who's the participant, to materialize. He's not. This person's not showing up in the reading, but you're so open, and you're magnetizing. You're manifesting this person. By the way, you're going to manifest this person. I can see it. I see intimacy, I see lovemaking, I see the reasoning for maybe wanting to think about the home or maybe expanding the home. I see all of that, and those thoughts are perfect as far as like affirming. Now it's the person, the human that is made for needs to respond to this energy. So like you're attracting this person in, this person is attracting you into his life. That's where it's at. So it means that you're maybe feeling like, okay, I'm at these beginning stages. I believe you're like, I'm making progress. I'm open, but it's going to happen. It's a matter of now. It's a matter of timing. It's a matter of when. When is it going to happen? That's what the vibes here give me. Now, yeah. Now, I have to say, I know you have some questions, but a lot of this is pointing over the next few months. Like, okay, I definitely, I'm not hearing anything much with July or August. I'm more like hearing like September, October, these months, that a person, the man steps forward and says, he's ready, let's begin. The closer you get to October 1st or mid September ish, that's the time that you'll say, okay, this man has come out of nowhere. He's opening up. He's wanting to take me out. Should I take him? Should I allow him? All these things come up. A little slow this month, though. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Mm, sure. Ooh. Mm, of course. Isn't it funny how we can sometimes feel like a little us? Yes, it happens to us older adults. The elders, it happens. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Well, okay. So you mentioned you've been having dreams. What is the dream like? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Yes. Yes. You woke up so happy. That's a real connection. That's a psychic. He and you are having a psychic connection, and you're visiting each other psychically. That's what that is. And the reason why he's so distant is not because time has passed in the 3D world. And so the time and distance, meaning you kind of reached out and said hello, and he's not holding any grudges against you. It's very much emotional, but it doesn't illustrate that. Of course, this would play out in real life, but I don't get the sense that he and you are going to find each other. I don't think that this reading is talking about him. I think that although it's good that you have that connection, because you got to start somewhere, and those are real experiences that you've shared with him, and he's not holding any grudges. He's not saying, "Oh gosh, I'm so mad at my ex." Nothing like that. He would actually, if you saw it in person, yes, you both would be laughing and like, "Oh, that was just the past. We're adults, you know. I still love you. I still care about you." You would get all of that from him. That's true. But like this particular type of dreaming does not really say that he's going to show up in the 3D world where we would say that's what we really would kind of would it would matter if he would show up in person and like, hey, he's initiating. That would be nice if he were, but that's as it were, that's not what's going on here. But that's okay because it means that you're open to having that relationship again, and that was a good experience that you had with relationships. So that means that you're open now to the relationships going forward. But even though it doesn't appear to be him specifically. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Yeah. Oh boy. Psychically, he doesn't even show up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you maybe we could do whatever we want in the 3D, but they like, come on, if you be true to thyself, he's nowhere to be found. This guy, there's no feelings there or something like that. But that's okay because again, you're open and you're connecting. If you start to channel the loving energy with your ex and you're like, I'm sending that out to the universe, this is what I want, this is what I expect, guess what's gonna happen? This guy is getting over the one that's current, he gets overridden because it's not him. That means another guy or somebody will respond to that good energy that you're attracting, and that will be the one. Yeah, if it were him, you would know. You would know the spirits would be yelling, "Hey, that's a soulmate." You'd be saying, "I feel like this is my soulmate." No, you're not saying that. Spirits definitely not saying that. Hmm. Yeah, a pleasure. I love your new journey. I'm so happy for you. A pleasure. I love your new. I love your new journey. See, I don't always say good things. See, I said beneficial things, not good or bad, beneficial things. It's not beneficial to focus on the ex who's not coming back. It's not beneficial to hang out with somebody who's currently around and you don't feel nothing for. I was going to pick that up. But yeah, people will still try to argue with me. But she didn't. She was very respectful. So I am thinking about her. I don't know about liking her yet. We'll see how it goes. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. You might even hold on. Whoa. One sec. Okay, I'm here. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah. She was actually quite nice today. She was at least patient. I'm not saying it's a match mate, but she was so respectful. Oh my gosh. Started the day off right. Oh, by the way, how many hours do I have now? I know I have 251 hours. That means, yes, the hours I am being rewarded and my hours watch time are actually going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. So I'm learning how to build up watch time. And I'm also enjoying the fact that people are actually watching. Thank you so much. That means a great deal. That means a lot. I understand that it's what I do, it's not what people are talking about. So it's unfamiliar, it's unconventional. Is it contemporary? It is contemporary though. It's just, you may not have heard about it. It's a conversation that's followed or has walked side by side uh, today's trending conversations. It's just that, you know, no one is speaking. No one's really, no one's allowed to speak in this area. This area, there's nothing into this, like a value in this area at all. There's no value in it because, this is a section where terms are not even recognized by the algorithm on in any site, any direction, most likely. So it's just not even, like worth its weight in gold. It's just but it always proves itself to be true. Just as the books say, there's the truth, and then there's the ultimate truth. So this is the path of the ultimate truth. And it's not to diminish or take away, but it is, from leaders of the world, like practical leaders of the world that people, universally, voted in. But it is a ruler. It's a ruler in which everything is measured. Yeah. And that's worth taking note because, yes, as the monarchs and dignitaries, they can use the findings on this side and not help shape, but maybe inspire in making certain, like decisions like that will affect the world in some way, even if it's a small way. But it can also be on a greater scale. But anyways, and no one is trying to get their information from their world political information from this space, and nor should they. The reason why this is walking side by side is when, as you know, decisions, because it goes like this. Um, no religion, right? No belief system, no God, no superpower. But when people break and they obtain, they get to a pentacle where it's God complex. Then they go one more level. Then it becomes doctrine, becomes like essays become doctrine, doctrine become Bibles, and then different symbols and rhetorics are used that are from this side, you see. And oftentimes, you never know what type of personalities are channeling this information. And so I think that's where the intersection happens. hmm So, but thank goodness we also have You also have, if you want to say, like actual leaders who are wise. So it always works out for the highest good. Maybe not in the way we would like or the way that we expect it, but it gives. I love the fact that life tends to give humanity, if you want to say humanity, a chance to correct their decisions or reshape it, remodel it. Um, yeah, this is the time of definitely Gemini, new inventive ideas. This is definitely about solving problems, not like pushing a problem deeper down, adding more uh, minuscule type tasky trivial issues on top of it. It's like, no, here, see, it doesn't look good, does it? Clean it up. I love it. Like, we come on, new innovative ideas. Come on, come on. If you are a visionary, a futurist, uh, innovator, innovated, motivated, this is the time for you. If you have like keep getting brainy ideas, we should do this, we should do that. Well, if we take this, we put that there, and this is your time to shine because you have a clear blackboard or clear vision board where where new information can be installed and put in place to build on new information that's going to be scientific and well studied. We got through it. A pleasure. Welcome, Donald here. A pleasure. Welcome to our psychic reading today. What questions will you have today? Well, I can tell because my personality, I can already tell. I've been doing this for years, so I think that you need to choose a general area because it will be too general. Okay, it doesn't. It could be one word. You don't have to give me details or nothing. In one word, what would you like for me to where to start? Okay, we can go from there. I can go right from there. Thank you so much for your patience. Okay, so what I can see is this. Um, the guides here illustrate that you will have the ability. This is about some of it is independent. Some of it is taking charge of things. That's what I'm picking up on. It's also speaking a lot about the new stage. There's a new stage for you in the realm of career. I believe that you're also overcoming loss. So that's also a good thing. This is your time to overcome loss. It's like maybe we've taken some hits or some loss, and now we can turn it around and get some benefits from it this time around. Is what they're saying. They keep saying working smart. This is the time of the thinker, by the way, and I'm just now in a conversation about that. So I can already say that working this way allows us to overcome setbacks in this profession. By the way, the types of careers for you I see are like decision makers, where you can come up with policies that make changes and things like that. Maybe from even from a legal perspective, so it may be oversight, things like that. Those are perfect for you because you like to see how things work and how to see how things may go forward, especially overcoming things that are written that cause issues. They were working for the time because it was like a fresh blueprint, but no longer serves well, and said, hey, we need to change this or advance it. That's you all day. They said that say yes to risky things, things that maybe don't make, maybe they're not popular, is what they've said, because it may be healthy. Like it's a healthy revigoration. You know, like there's always somebody new who comes in and it's like a self starter, and they're like, when this person came, they started changing everything, and everybody just hated it. But then it turned out to be for the greater good. It turned out to, it lasted longer for years to come, and everyone said, you know, it's not that bad. It actually is really good. You know, did a lot. At first, it was very difficult. They came in, we thought they were going to change everything. That's you. That's the kind of vibration you have. Like, you know how to come in and, you know, break old deals, bring in new ones, and have everybody on the edge of their seat nervous. And then, you know, it's risky because everyone, what if everyone says nay? And you're like, you're the only one saying yay, let's do it. But they said, no, this is very favorable for you because you tend to, you come in absorbing information, which is beautiful in this realm of, okay, you're connected to some Libra, which allows you to connect with people and fostering relationships that, of course, you could utilize as you're progressing these weeks, these months, into, you know, achieving your goal, your end goals, the end game. They said in terms of arguments, like how do you navigate against people who want to push back? They push back in networking. They said, well, it just, when it happens all at once. So you're able to kind of deal with it in one swoop. So they said that though it may be unclear in the beginning because of all the clearing out all the dust, they said success finds you and you will have help. You will have help. And they said taking action is a full on yes. So there are two yeses you're looking for. Yes, I will take on this journey. And then a second yes, yes, I will take a meaningful course of action. And yes, there's going to be pushback, but we already agreed that we would challenge it. We would take on the challenge. But they said, yeah, you're going to move in this wonderful direction. Virgos are your best friend right now. Virgos are really good people for you, grounded, down to earth, you know, kind of like to follow, you know, the formula, step by step by step. This type of personality, even if it's not a native born Virgo, if it's a Virgo person like, people who like to follow, you know, like you give them, you know, 7 steps to cover. They don't just cover 3 of them. They're going to cover all 7. Those are your favorite, or most of them. Those are your favorite people right now because they're the ones that's saying, we're just going to help you push this along. You know, I get that vibe. But I really like the idea when they said legal type careers, or careers that project that kind of vibration, really align with you as well. And they said that you do really well, maybe in administrative elements, um, pushing like policy elements, you know, oversight, you know, like pulling someone, you know, maybe bringing them forward and having to make decisions about what directions they're going to take, what's the next best ideas. These kinds of places, you really shine. If you start tapping into these areas, I think the doors of opportunity will fling open for you. I have a feeling that it's a hunch, but I know you might be saying, "What in the world is that's not me?" But I have a feeling it'll work out for you if you ever attempted it. Hmm. I get the sense that you are actually, you're part of something in the midst of where real issues come with solutions this time. Because sometimes, you know, they add a little brown sugar and they just carry it over to the next season. It's like, well, it doesn't have to happen on my watch. It could happen on somebody else will come in and do all that. Well, this is a time where people are like, what if I wanted it to happen on my watch? What if I wanted it to happen in my lifetime while I'm still wanting to work here? These kinds of beautiful advancements are taking place as we speak, and you're just now tapping into that energy. So it's already in motion. You're just now saying, okay, I'm ready. I'm seeing where I could play a role, and I want to. I'm eager to do so, and that's how you're going to act on it. You've got so much, meaning you have a lot of time left, like 3.5 weeks of pushing your ideas, getting your ideas through. And your ideas do make it through, by the way, to the right people. Because you're going to have help with this. You're not by yourself. Even though the readings kind of suggest you may, definitely there's some, because of the change, you know, who likes change, especially if it kind of seems comfortable at the moment.
right? They might be content. So, but you're bringing about the change you're talking about. You're bringing it about, and they seem to be pleased at the end. Not in the beginning, but in the end, they'll be pleased. Hmm. So I get the sense that responsibility wise, and also, if you want to say position wise, position you for the level of success that translates as into the monetary. Monetary, maybe because it's helping the business to work, operate much differently than in the past. That have created setbacks. Of course, setbacks hindered financial growth, monetary growth. But now you're correcting that so that the workflow is perfect. Of course, you said financial rewards personally for you, yes, but also for it looks good, healthy business, creating healthy business. That's what I see you were able to achieve, and I see that's where you also are rewarded. You're rewarded for creating a healthy business, meaning healthy financial business. Okay. The one thing to be aware of is in the beginning, you are going to receive the pushback. Going back to that, it traces back to that. But you just have to know that the majority of people giving you the feeling of they're not interested. Know that it's like having the heart and mind that this is good for them in the long run this time, because it'll be like, oh yeah, they don't, nobody wants to do it, it gets put onto the back burner, they're going to put it away, I got to stow it for now. It's not going to happen like that this time. It's going to stay on the table. And that's going to be even more of an argument there. But it happens all at once, though. Right. It's not like in stages. It just happens all at like a whirlwind. They said all at once, and then you're able to deal it like that one time, and then it's done. Yes, absolutely. A pleasure. Okay. So, hi, Art Macy. Uh, hello, hello there. Um, hello there. There you go. Hi there. I'm. You call me while I'm working. So I was talking to a person, good person, good energy. I saw it flicker. So I saw you. Glad that I was able to catch something that you said. Something you said. I'm glad to have caught that, your comment. So I just wanted to say hello there. And uh, I'm talking about a series of things. So I'm supporting my clients, which I love to do. I'm a phone psychic, phone psychic, phone psychic. So I am a phone psychic, phone psychic, phone psychic, phone psychic. So, but I like to talk about an array of things. So, I love to talk about scriptures. I like elevation of consciousness. I like to talk about things going on in the world. I help my people find love. I help my people find financial success. The first question was about love and interpreting dreams. This one was about um, kind of like picking up on energy for career growth. So this is about career and what the person is like. Um, Although I feel like sometimes there are people trying to reach out to me, and I think these are test readings, but nonetheless, they don't have anything to say to me because I also read for royalty. I read for dignitaries, monarchs, diplomats. upward, society, people in society. So, like across the pond, if you will, across the world, the Eastern world. So I do that as well. And then America, of course. I read for, of course, diplomats from here as well. Yeah. Royalty, very common for me to read for those those people. Also, reading for their families, and reading for, which helps me to connect with everybody. Because if I can read for my neighbors, I can read for. There's no reason why I wouldn't be able to read for somebody like royalty. Then it would. Then of course I can read for people who are the medical student, the person who's just wrapped up law school. Like they're ready to, maybe like or entering into their practice. So yeah, so that's what I do. Um, my name is Isaiah Donnell Reed. Yeah, so that's my name. I love the Bhagavad Gita. That's the Hindu Bible, but I also love the Abrahamic. But I like reading it from Hebrew to English and from Greek to English specifically. Um, and yes, so and I have 251 watch hours. So my watch hours are going up, and what will I do with it? Well, I'm wanting to write and talk about high advanced, like metaphysical principles, and connect it with, like, of course it's it's psychic, but it's in the helping people to, what is it? Well, we could say transcend. There's information that falls in the metaphysical, like keys of secret to life. I haven't even begun. I've not spoken on that whatsoever. There's so much infinite information I can speak on for the rest of my life. So I'm bringing that here. I'm bringing that here to my YouTube channel. Of course, there's writing involved. So right now, what am I working on? I'm cultivating my writing. So I'm actually writing to get information to, um, yeah, my clients. I'm a bit on the expensive side, because all of these people are. I'm connected. I'm a psychic connected to famous psychics. It's like there's famous psychics who have lots and lots of clients, and I'm kind of in their group who reads for their clients, and then in them that's across the world. But then in America, I'm, also with a high premier professional of experts. I'm one of them, and I'm also high tier, and I also have 5 stars across all platforms. So I have 5 stars. I'm a 5-star high tier, top tier psychic. And so, who is bringing their talents to my YouTube channel? So that's what my channel is going to be about. Hmm. And I'm already, um, you know, like, well, right now I have like 80%, like, over 80%, like return rates, and yeah, it's like up to like 83% and growing. So yeah, I do really well. Um, oh, my dislikes. I never want to be a guru or an earth god, and I really don't care for gurus. Um, I study a lot, so I believe that, um, so far I've always found, like people who want to come in and like teach me. I always find, oh, there's this some information that I could expound on with them, and then they always want to know more. So I tend to kind of fall into that realm of teaching, but I don't consider myself a guru. I don't like gurus, so I would never run off and join a cult with my gifts. I already have the gift. So I'm more likely to be, as a say, a solo practitioner. I would probably just keep my gift and continue to prosper and help as many people as I can. So, and then of course my YouTube will allow me to help many people, and which I intend to do, and see, what universe will guide me to help, in other ways. I hope, I would like to believe that universe will have me do something like leave powerful imprints and impressions in the world, not just through information, but also by channeling monetarily into, maybe areas of the world that that maybe I will be drawn to or become passionate about. I'm not saying necessarily there's other issues besides feeding hungry, but that's a good example. So hopefully, as the channel is growing, universe will guide me to wherever universe. If universe said no, it's trust us. It's the people who are hungry right now. That's their focus. I'll do it. I will definitely do it. But I haven't gotten there yet. I have not arrived. So, mhm. There's other things because I also have the ability to help people who, they just don't feel like they're out of control. They don't like the habits that they've taken up. So yeah, there's many things to talk about. So many things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, people, like I just get ahead of myself. So there's that type of, work. I work with so many people. That's just people who are on the brink, the people who are so close to having everything they ever wanted and dreamed. I'm also from the, I want to say, generation of, you know dreams come true, and which is always funny to explain to people. Like I have to remind them, like literally, you were thinking about this, you were daydreaming about this, you were like in your, like you couldn't sleep at night, and you were like thinking about these things, and now it's now the people in that vision are talking to you, and your people in your dream in the 3D world, in this world, are speaking with you. They're handing you an actual concrete, or they're sending it through email for you to sign, e-sign, and send it back. When you talk about dreams don't come true, different from, oh, you must be dreaming. Keep both feet on your ground, think realistically. Yeah, it changes that form of thinking. Which that is true. There's a place for that, but your life purpose, that is your, if you want to say, your dreams, can come true. That's very true. Hmm. So I'm definitely seeing that often, like when people they're going into their careers, or they're expanding their business, they're traveling, they're falling in love, they're doing amazing things, amazing things. So I'm definitely going to continue my journey and see where it leads. Yeah, I was surprised to see my watch hours actually increasing. I'm starting to have visions of starting to daydream about, okay, so soon you'll reach, you know, sooner or later, I guess you're gonna have. I'm gonna have like 300 watch hours. I think I'm gonna be really inspired the moment I get to 300. When I get 500, I know. that first 1,000 watch hours, I know I'm gonna be in here a lot. I already have a feeling. Right now, I can tell. I'm trying to see how things flow. I'm like watching like how they calculate, I guess. But of course, I've been doing that for a while. Like made all the errors and the mistakes that I possibly could. So yeah, I'm going to get into some very sophisticated. So what gives me permission? Okay, I'm a psychic and I have 5 stars and I'm a top tier and I'm at the top companies, but also I have metaphysical degrees and certificates, and I have the ability to study all of the holy books that I love and enjoy, um, because of my work allows me to gives me the new perspective. So that's why. So I implore I include all of my ability to metaphysically help into my psychic readings. The way that I speak answers, at the same time, I'm helping people transcend and knock down or open make those doors swing open for themselves and we'll get them moving in the right direction. And at the same time, remember, like, but wait a minute, we have to predict the future. Yes, you got to do that. I do that at the same time. You have to do it at the same time. So like people know like, hey, it's not that person. No, that person's not coming back. Your ex is not coming back. Yes, your ex is coming back. Yes, this person marriage. No, this person maybe not marriage, but maybe a family. And but a loyalty there. Something. Like this keeps going and going and going and going, making predictions that come true. By the way, through and through, small little details, right down to the day. Right down to the day. When I say Tuesday, and I say by the 8th, on the 8th, we're trying to get to day 7. No matter how much you plead and say, do you think the universe can move this up a little faster? Because I'm so nervous. And it's day 5 and 6. No, day 7. That's where those are the dates we're focused on. You can hang out with them if you want. Like how are you doing today? But then day 7, then everything opens up. People say, "Oh, it's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna go this," and they're going. They're going to a country that they said they weren't going, and the person had changed their mind. I'm like, well, and I quote, "But I said we weren't going. That they changed their mind, but you stuck to your guns." I did. I stuck to my guns. I said, "That's not what spirit's showing me." But we can, just kind of keep an eye on it, keep a watch out for it. They kept saying it, kind of rubbed it in, like so. We started focusing on other things, and then they expected me to be reminded, like, well, aren't you going to say something today? And I said, so I said something, all right. I said, you're supposed to go on a date. They said, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. And then they waited 30 minutes to tell me that I was right. Yeah, it's like, yes, well, we did go on our date. That was so beautiful. That was yesterday's reading. That really made my day. So it's probably going to talk about that one for a long time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What would it be like? Hmm. So I guess this next journey shouldn't be like me just okay. So I arrived in the city. I got my bags, and I'm like, like who's this? No, it's not gonna be like that. I'm gonna be there with a purpose. Like I already know. I already know. Like I don't know if it's. I hope it's gonna be bigger than just showing up to do readings and do a show. I hope it's gonna be bigger than that. I hope that I'm like doing something like really help and make a difference. That's what I want to use my abilities for. This next this next chapter, I'm working there. I was always heading in that direction. It's just that you know I was a little pretty back then, and they couldn't stand it. Now they're like they still don't want me to grow, but the older they still like you're just a baby. So they still think that, but I still don't let them get anything right. Like you do know my avatar. You know okay. I've never told anybody this. My avatar. Oh gosh, do I? Is it okay? Nah, I'm not gonna talk about my avatar. What people think I look like. I know what I look like to them. They're like, we know who you are. No, I'm not gonna talk about. Okay, yeah, I shouldn't. I don't want to talk about it. Just think of me as I'm Isaiah Donnell Reed, and I do have like stage names because I do have to. I'm in, so this the same way that I work with my companies, I want to also work here. So I think I'm talking about public image here. I think that's where there's a conversation going on in my head. I'm like, it feels so loud in my head. I'm thinking I'm saying it out loud. So if I'm not making any sense, that's because it's like I haven't really had a conversation enough to like actually say these things out loud. Anyway, I was just talking about the basis is yes, I'm keeping all the Hippocratical oath part, and I'm the companies hold they hold me to accountability. So I want to maintain the standards on my YouTube channel. The thing is, big like publicly, like let's say doing readings like in this sort of setting, meaning that I maybe could relax a little more. I can make sure. Well, I always make sure that I always answer the questions fully, no matter how much time I have. If I have a minute or 2 minutes, I'm gonna answer your question fully and very definitively, like. Um, but yeah, I've noticed. I'm trying to channel the energy, the essence of the readings that I do with the companies into the readings or interactions that I have in my channel, in any channel, anywhere I go live. Um, so there's not a feeling of something missing. But I'm having a good time with it. I'm learning, teaching myself things. Oh, and yeah, writing is a major, big, yeah. It's I'm always writing. I have tons and tons of like, no pads, and I'm always keeping like journaling. Um, so when I think of though I have a big book, but to keep everything, writing, 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 right, right, right. But I have many books. That would be like, but then there's studies that I have not. I refuse to even. I'm saving it for later. Oh yes, because when I start, then I start producing, and then I'm gonna start sharing. Yeah, but I'm wanting to wait until the channel is so it's kind of like something that's going to be interesting for me. Yeah, we're going to get into some deep, like powerful metaphysical, power of the mind type conversations. Right now we're studying how it all works, and then I'm going to flip it. It's like, look, we can use it in very specific circumstances, which does. Oh, I can't wait to share with you. But I want to just make sure beforehand that before I do it, yeah, yeah, it's gonna be nice. You will definitely enjoy. You will like it. um, my hopes is that like I don't think I would need much because if I keep building my careers, it it'll take care of it. But yeah, this the channel here, like let's say I'm thinking, okay, so monetization, AdSense, that would just do like little things. So I'm thinking of it like that. Like little things is an addition to where if, when I do like share a book, publishing a book, then that will work out just fine. Publishing a book and then having a means to getting it directly to people who I'm working with, that's the goal. That's the goal. Hmm. That's the goal. So, but I had to get into the right the right mind space. Oh, and my in the intellectual side of me is like been really working. I've actually been kind of making myself do. Actually, everyone else, my clients are kind of making me like. I'm telling you, they're always teaching me something about their industry. They'll teach me something about their industry. They say, "Well, you wouldn't know this, so I'm gonna here. I'm gonna then explain it to me." I'm like, so that's how you all do that. That's how that plays out, and they are wise. They do make sure that they do like I guess dispense wisdom. Like they'll say little wise things, that helps them to. So yeah, it's not about overriding someone. It's bringing more of themselves forward. Um, and they really like when I can like just tell them like what will happen, what's going to happen. Like they really reach out to me for predictive, but they kind of put me in a corner to where I have to explain. Like they'll say, "So what does this mean? And what is that going to do? And what will I get from this?" And then they say, "Well, how will that make that person feel?" So they don't let me just get away with just saying, "Oh yes, if you turn right and go up two doors, and then you'll go right in, and then above that door, it's number 9, and guess who's gonna be there? Yes, somebody you recognize, dark hair. Yes, that yeah. They don't let me just be psychic. They start asking about like, so I'm intending to talk to this person. This person is in charge of this and that, and this is their title. And so how they're gonna feel when I tell them this and this, or why does this person always look at me like this, and then they're one way sometimes, and another way that, there are the personal feelings, and which I call profiling. So yeah, they don't. It's not easy, and it has to sound. First of all, it's not supposed to sound practical. If it's too practical, it sounds therapeutic or advisory. But at the same time, it can't sound abstract to where there's too many generalities. So that's another thing how we think about it. So I'm like, so I'll say a lot of practical things, but then I have to remind people, oh, don't forget, I was also psychic, and I also made predictions, and I, got this information without you having to tell me. So basically, it's like, so then it translates as in real time. It's like we're talking, and um, hold on. So we're talking in a conversational tone as though we've talked for 5 years because I'm mind reading, I'm making predictions, and especially when we read a second time or and more because now predictions are coming true. And so now we have a conversation, and then everything makes sense because you know where everything, all the information is applied to. And yeah, so I'm just like taking that information in, even the information that's being taught to me through the clients because it's their life. They know how their work, how their businesses go. They know. and they know the proper terms, and they've been tested on it through the state and got licenses. They know how to share that with me, and they don't always speak layman. They're like, "Come on, you've helped me through so much. You know what these words are." Like, gosh, y'all are breaking my head. But it's always fun. I like to learn new things. So yeah, so it's kind of a matter of, so you have to learn new things. Yeah. Somebody from the culinary industry, guess what? By the time that conversation's done, I'm gonna know the different types of blades they use, different types of processes they use, what's good with what. I'm gonna learn something. Yeah. So yeah, it's always fun in that regard. Or business people. Oh boy, business people are like, they'll even throw me a bone. They're like, yeah, all you have to do is do this and do that, do that. So do you know if I saw you in person, you know what I'm gonna do, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah, whisk me away. Somebody said, oh yeah, I already got your room set up in my house. I can only like it'd be like at 12:30, and like Netflix is playing. I'm like, yes. You got your crystal ball nice and warm and ready? I'm like, one moment. I'm like digging it out of the clothes basket in my crystal ball. Which I do have a crystal ball. It's rose quartz. I'm like, I got it. I'm ready. Grab a tarot card or two. Here I come. I'm coming. I'm coming. Going all the way to the kitchen table. I know I'd be on call. That's the way like in your 20s, and you like do the whole, you live in the house and you share it with roommates. That's exactly like every time I would go to the kitchen, they'd have like they'd be ready for me. They had their Bible open and everything. Like, oh boy. And I had to like sit there. But what they didn't understand was, especially because when they're extremely Christian, they don't understand that I'm like, look, I have clients in the world that I'm working with. They're like, well, shoot, well, you don't talking to your clients. I know you got clients in the world, so you don't have time to sit down and talk or what? That's 2 hours. I'm like, okay, I could do a few minutes, but I have to get ready because I have to help people. They made me feel so bad about having clients. I'm like, well, we have people here who love you too and who need you too. I'm like, I just pay rent here. I just live here. It just that rent had to be on time. I'm like, oh. So now I'm in a place. Well, I've been in a place for years now. So like, for like this is not I wouldn't know over a decade, but at least over 5 years. So like where I in my own space now. So that's good. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, uh, I probably wouldn't take them up on because I did that young. I was able to like get go to school and do that thing, do those things. hmm Go and be on TV, do the TV thing. Okay, one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. Okay, so I think it's going to come together. I think I'm finally getting a feel for. No, it's too early to say that. I just leapfrogged into the future. I better. I think I have more to say once I have 300 watch hours. When I have 300 watch hours, I have more to say. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep saying. When I get to 300, that's basically what I'm saying. It goes 300, 500, then 500 to 1,000. 1,000, I think I'm going to be a changed human being at 1,000. I'm going to feel really good about that. Like 1,000. Wow. I wonder what I will be thinking about. So, anyway, I know that this comes with challenges, but yeah, I do have goals. And I'm just, wow, like 251 watch hours. I'm just amazed by that. That's a, for me, that's a lot. I don't think I've ever had. So I need to get reach three. I know I've never had above. See, for some reason, my brain is probably playing tricks on me. I don't think I've ever had 151 watch hours. I don't think I. My brain wants me to believe that I had 263 watch hours at least. So, but I know for a fact I've never had 300 watch hours, and I don't think that I've ever had one past one. Well, definitely not 151 watch hours. This is my first time, so my heart, I think I'm making progress. Of course, I want to be ready. I just don't want, to be in front of a lot of people and only just talking to you. I mean, of course, I have a lot to talk about, but that's not all I want to do. I don't want my channel to be like me reading a card or two throughout the whole entire live. I don't want that. I'm thinking much beyond, bigger than my profession. I already read cards. You already know I can do that. So yeah, yeah. I hope that when we start having our sharing time, um, I do like to play sometimes. So I'm not saying that. So you ever gonna do one of those pretend videos where you gotta pretend in the video? You gonna ever do any of those kind of videos? I did one, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I've gotten a lot of views from it. It's shorts. It's in the shorts. So yeah, I have a lot of views from shorts. Those so I will do that from time to time. But it reminds me too much of my childhood. I was my first profession was, I don't like to say it. Was I'll just one word, entertaining. We'll say it that way. That was my first career growing up. So professionally, entertaining professionally. But I don't do it for the reasons for like creating a channel around it. I don't do it for that reason. Like I might do that from time to time, and it's just to do it. Um, it feels interesting. It's interesting when I do it. So, and I apply all the professionalism that I would if I were, as you say, being paid. So I make sure I do a really great job. Um, so those, I'll leave that there. I, I'm hope I know that it's supposed to interlink. Everything has to come together. Everything has to link up. And I've always prayed that it would link up to where I'm like a psychic, a serious psychic having a really great time. So that's how I'm gonna say that. That entertaining. That's the entertaining side. A serious psychic, a professional psychic, having a really great time. That's all the other stuff. So I hope that it translates like that someday. And here's two: never getting bored. I never want to be bored ever. Never again. Never again. That would have been so. I'm gonna be honest with you. It would have been so fun if Kamala Harris was president. Oh my gosh, all her little. I'd have so many of her slogans. Never again, and never again will I be bored. Oh gosh, yeah. But yeah, no, this world is not a game. It's not a joke. It's has some really bad people in it, and we need. I I'm the one that said we kind of need a tyrant right now. We need, and that was my way of saying we need somebody just as you know, uh, like psychopathic. We need somebody equal, like who could think like that too, who can go into the deep end. We need somebody who can go south too, right? And so we got that. Oh, we can now talk about uh, okay. So President Donald Trump, he worked. Oh, by the way, uh, deep dive. That's a warning. So if you want to stay up and laugh and laugh and laugh, this brings peace in my heart to talk about. So I'm going to talk about it a little bit. So President Donald Trump does know how to, you know, let us say, move around in the world conversation. Like he, was in conversation just to find out who was gonna do what. But he made his round and he ended up making the right choice at the end. I love that. I was like, I'm not gonna say anything, President Trump. I know you're just trying to get Putin figured out. He's Putin gonna tell you all the things, but he knew that being that he's a businessman, Trump knew that he was being BS by Putin from the very start. Putin they think that he was, but he of course he wouldn't want Putin ever. It wouldn't arm equipped him with information like, oh, I wasn't as smart as I thought I was. I wasn't getting over on Trump like I thought I was. He's like, no, he like let him keep on believing that. Trump knew like Trump, you have to know that Putin wants this. It's like, and then Chris got that. What spurred that is that Putin says, um, don't. He made a try to make it there. Trump didn't know that the words he says mean something. He's like, what Trump he doesn't understand is what words you use. He doesn't get it. Like you don't get it. Trump got exactly what he needed to hear and went off and made important decisive decisions. It couldn't be more clear. Like, oh yeah, we're definitely sending weapons now to Zelensky, Ukraine. So, mm-hmm. And he acknowledged that majority it's his men and 7,000 a week. So he's acknowledged that as well. His men, his men, as in Putin. I know people say Zelensky's. No, Putin's men. 7,000. Uh, the 7,000. Yes, not all soldiers, but the majority of men soldiers are Putin's. That is what is stated by Donald Trump. In case you needed to hear that, as in who, what, when, where, why. If you hadn't actually, I know you wouldn't be following that because that's not what you want to believe. But we don't care what you believe. Of course, you don't even believe in Jesus Christ, and but of course, no deity, no real deity requires your beliefs. So you don't have to believe. It's just, again, one of those ultimate truths. This is an ultimate truth to make sure that people don't do what they intend to do, which is to to bring about a World War III, which is not happening, and for many reasons. It didn't make the cut in this chapter. Thank goodness. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Uh, I know you're wondering, wait a minute, I thought you were like too busy like studying tarot card systems. Like if you're not okay, wait a minute. You were talking about all this before I like you just talk about that cuz you're not the messenger. I'm only I don't care about being the messenger. I'm only accurate. I'm only accurate. And if I brought it up on this, I would just simply do I even want to hold on. Let me see. Hold on. We would just go here to my Twitter and oh, and by the way, I am getting they oh no hold on, let me bring it up first. I'm like they hold on. Window capture select this one. Okay. Oh, hold on. This way. I go like this and not with and go like that. We can go like that. Okay. All right. Perfect. Hold on. Bam. Something like that. Transition. Perfect. Okay. Hey. Okay. First of all, I am gaining followers. I have 555 followers. So this is the one where Trump sends more weapons. Not happy with Putin. So there's that. And then there's Zelensky. I'm not happy. I'm not Putin. I won't stay in power for 30 years. EU stuff. See all of that. On and on and on and on. Finally, they are creating a pathway, aid, North Gaza. Finally, getting trucks and loads of aid. Finally, phone call. Zelensky has a phone call with Trump. This was posted July 6th. Best conversation in all this time. So they're getting along. I knew they would. I knew he had to. Trump was he had to do the whole social run. So guitars, people like hating on the guitar is like, by the way, negotiated a deal that, of course, we knew that Hamas was going to reject it. That's not the point. The point is that they tried. Hamas is just straight up evil. One thing about Putin, though, he uh, bans the Satanic Temple. The Satanic Temple is not even allowed in Russia. Wasn't that the whole point? The they don't they're not even wanted in Russia. Not even wanted. Oh oh my gosh. Well, anyway, I think you get the point. So yeah, which has gotten me views. Mm-hmm. Yep, has gotten me views. Bam, bam, so oh how far how so all of those is correct. So that's what I mean by I'm accurate. So all of my information that I'm sharing is accurate and is on my Twitter, which I'm gaining subscribers quite organically, if you know what I mean. I mean, like, people are like, whoa, 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 what do you just, whoa, 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 follow. So people are following me because of what I'm saying. I'm not even saying anything. I'm just saying, like psychically, I'm like this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, and it's definitely against what's popular. So people are caught up with that. They're like, wait, how are you figuring these things out? Easy, easy. It's so easy for me to do this, and I can explain it in esoteric language. I can. So, and I enjoy this section because this is, of course, where it's correct. I love the idea that it doesn't require any views. It does not require any subscribers, though. Okay, people are subscribing because they're putting two and two together with my posts, my opinions, my thoughts, and that feels good. So right now, I'm in a beneficial space where I'm getting watch hours, I'm getting views, I have 5 stars. I'm high tier. People don't mind paying for the tier because they know they're gonna get information that's worth it, worth a lifetime. And today is a beautiful Monday. Oh yes, my sweetheart is actually traveling right now. Okay, that's okay. I gotta keep her lifted up in prayers. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, they're on their way here to America. Thank you for being your best behavior and stop running away business. And the royalty people, the monarchies, want to come and visit. Thank you. And guess where they're going? Yes, California. Hmm. I had to like tell them for nearly a week that stop. They first of all stop paying attention to what people are telling you. Those are people who kind of want Jesus to come back, or they kind of want the Armageddon to happen in their lifetime. But there's more things to do. in this world right now than taking the fast way up, on the elevator, so to speak. Mm. Let's see. 1 second. I'm not going to miss out this time. Is it this one? Okay. Okay, 1 second. I was a little too late. It's okay. Oh my gosh. So, um, yeah. So obviously, my public image. So you're really confident in your public image. Yep. I I have a squeaky clean public image. Yep. That's so true. Yeah, very deliberate, and with great prejudice and discrimination. I have fabulous public image. Um, it's called discriminatory practices. Yeah, go figure. That's what they actually call it. You learn in university. So I'm not being facetious. They actually use those words and terminology. Yeah, to apply to corporations. Um, yeah. So uh, the language of things, you know, are words that you find later, you know, um, like especially in high university language, it's those are the words that are used. But those are the words that are you either claim it's in your black bag or your black book or dark words or words that are like, could you please change the language, please? Could you please rephrase that? But this is the real language where you make money at. Those are the words. The words that they say are prejudice against a certain group. You're not allowed to know those words that are $10, $20 words, words that guide you to intellect, words that guide you to places where it gives you high intellectual understanding, where you too could be a master of English language. So, like, and we have to. I know people's like, I'm too scared to go into those conversations Well, we have to because human beings do not fully know everything. That's kind of like when we pretended that men knew everything there was to make a relationship work, or when we said no, women actually know everything there is to make a relationship work, and then we found out the hard way. Actually, no. So likewise, not one group of people know everything. They also are learning maybe something they didn't recognize. And then as they do, they have a chance to say, okay, we could give a little. And if they just give a little, that's like a man who gives a little in a relationship, that goes a long way in terms of a woman. A woman also, when she's comfortable and she also shares with the man, that means a lot, actually. So, um, hmm so yeah, you definitely need to study dark, dark terminology for sure, because otherwise you'll end up one day maybe coming across a piece of information. You're like, whoa, I never heard it used quite this way. In high information book, high intellectual book, or a book written in a form of a thesis or a piece of writing that comes from right out of the universities. So yeah, it's going to take us some time. By the way, we have to walk this trail because that's the whole point of the age of Pisces. So we're becoming more aware of these dogmas and doctrines and scriptures and things like that. And we have to go through every bit of it to find out what is relevant, what is real. I mean, what calculates as the ultimate truth? Are these truths, or is just some stuff that's being said? Now we just entered the age of Aquarius, so we have a long way to go before we enter the next age, obviously. So that this age is about information, sifting through it. Pisces is when we would have perfect information, perfect understanding, humanity wise, universally. So yeah, we've got a lot of reading to do, and the awareness. Okay, so Pisces is also about the ability to self actualize, realize, and to break away from illusion and specifically self disillusion. So then we have self realization. So right now, though we are aware, it's like you're becoming aware of information, aware of truths, aware of false, and we have to have the ability to accept facts, and we're not there yet. We would rather accept false, and maybe even especially if it made us, made our logic appear to ourselves like good or aligned, if it pays, obviously if it's monetized. There comes a point where a person says, like when you're really seeking truth, you're like, you start to question everything and you don't care how much the false is paying you. Eventually you're like, I don't want this. I'd rather have the truth and be recognized for truth that I have versus false and being compensated. I don't care about that. I don't care about the cost, the money, the loss. I don't care about that. I need the truth now. Like some people are like, shh, 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 this, and they keep on with the false. What's so funny is that the algorithm ends up, if you have a channel built on false, it'll it goes into where they say, well, it gets calculated as spam, and then they'll kick the whole channel. People are actually experiencing that. I've been talking about that for the past few lives. That people are saying I was talking about this, but they were considered spam because it wasn't real. It wasn't the truth. Like people creating like videos or AI videos of things that are not, that like they're kind of like trying to create affirmations or storyboard. By the way, why is it not working? How is manifestations going for them? Is not going. That's the point. It's not going. You know why? Because people want enslaved minds. They only want to be the ones who are sentient. You okay? So you only have the part where you see yourself as sentient and aware, but you also have to, again, it comes back to, we always say universal consciousness. They think universal consciousness, that means I am tapped into universal information as perceived that only I have. No, you're co-creating with all the billions of people and everything in the world that makes decision. You're co-creating, and that's what makes up the universal consciousness. Over 8 billion human. We're gonna keep it human. Over 8 billion humans on the earth, ancestral lineage. Every one of them makes up the universal consciousness. So everybody. So what you have to do is get in a mindset of uh, using universal, very specific universal, being very very detailed, very specific, so you can navigate through the billions of pieces of information provided by infinite information, I should say, by individuals, to connect with very specific individuals and groups who share the same your universal thoughts as you do, and symbols, and recognize the symbols that you're recognizing. They have their own intentions of what the symbol means. You have your own intentions, but it's a partnership. It's a co-creating experience, and so and that's why. And then you have to also think about into universal laws, but that's already a fail safe, so that you're not dominating, is because you're co-creating. You're not dominating the sphere when you're co-creating. So, and then of course, if governed by other universal laws, it's like it's naturally, as it moves up into the celestial algorithm, as being everything is being uh, scanned, things are being featured, so to speak, and it's going into consciousness to consciousness. But people are actually like scanning, is this information okay? Is this something that I can align, like at a soul level with, and I feel okay with this? Like there's certain, like um, the okay, the big okay for trafficking, for example, right? There's universal laws. Then there's, the consciousness, universal consciousness, that's saying, is it that's questioning it, and then it gets factored as in, this is something, even though there's a groups that want that and say, oh yeah, that's okay, let them make up their own mind. But there's a universal law that says, no, that's not okay, that's a bad idea, and we shouldn't be doing that. And it gets, so those get overwritten. In fact, universal laws can also stand in as laws of the land, or laws of man and woman. And then those universal laws become law of land. A pleasure. Donald here. A pleasure. You're here for a psychic reading. Marvelous. So, where would we like to begin today? Mhm. Okay. see what changes are going to take place. Well, let's get started. See where your love life is guiding you. See what comes through. Okay, and then of course, at any time you can always ask a question if you when you feel comfortable. So let's take a look. What I can see in this space is that you you are moving into a different social experience. Some of this seems like fresh start type of dating. You're ready to go out there and date again. That's the vibes that I get. It may mean meeting a special friend, open to relationships. It's no one specific yet that comes to mind. There seems to be fresh, very fresh beginnings. Somebody who's going to be coming, quite incredibly attracted to you, and then in a loving way, but also a good person that you get a very good feeling, a warm feeling from, and then also having a very direct conversation about what you both are needing for yourselves, like maybe like what you're interested in a partner, what you see in a partner. I do see some co-creating, but this specifically your transition is with somebody new. It's been slow and steadily moving in the way of I'm ready for somebody I'm open now to let somebody into my life. That's what I'm hearing. I get that vibe, and it's going to happen for you. It's a matter of time. Let's see when, because by the way, I'm reading from the emotional space. So this is everything going on inside. Okay, so this is good because it's right. Well, what's so good about this emotional space? Things, in your emotions become thoughts that become reality. They said that this person, the reason why it's no one from the past is like you have you have already begun opening up that you're interested in something fresh, and I believe that's like you're making the conscious decision, not bringing someone from your past back in. Well, let's. I want to jump ahead to go to the timing of when this person enters. Let's start there. So the timing in which it happens, they have here two sections here. They say that in the course of 3 months, 3 months. So I would say July, August, September. These are the time frames. Then I see you in this vibration of the air signs. So that's going to put you with Libra. That's in the Libra vibration. So that's I'm sensing that this is definitely going to move us into that September energy, early September. Early September. That's when this conversation begins. But let's see who he is. Get him recognized now. So they're letting us know that he will step forward, and they said that this relationship is like the way that you two meet is very strange. You said, this is so crazy how you both ran into each other. But he's a water sign. This is somebody who um, they said that your new direction is meant for you to explore um, a relationship that you have not had in the past, and this is somebody who represents definitely the month of September, who is connected with you in a more real way, is what they indicate. I think that you two, the way that you two meet is not in a social atmosphere. I think that you two were not even thinking of interacting with anyone. It just so happenstance how you two meet. And also, they keep speaking in the realms of three. So it may even be like September 3rd, for example. And then 3 weeks into September, third month, 3 months from now, this is how he and you meet. He seems to me that he's very much emotionally connected to you, but also financially. Like he's financially stable as well. Describe him as having stability in his life, wanting to like maybe I in fact I get the sense that he and you will pick up on each other very quickly. You know how sometimes you meet somebody and you just know it's there, and he's thinking like you're thinking, of course, that you both want to move forward ahead like right away. Like you two, the moment you two speak for the first time, he's already saying that he would like to get to know you more, and maybe see how things can go. You both already have intentions. The intention is to become special friends. It's not trying to become friends first and then this one happens much faster because he's like he approaches you and he makes up, if you want to say making a pass. You felt something, a vibration conversationally. He says the right things but also the right actions. He's making the right suggestions. You're okay with it, you agree to some of it, and you're like, well, maybe the two will talk about it and you two begin to see each other. I see a special interest here, romantic, intimate interest between he and you. 3 months, 3 months, roughly 3 months out. But what's interesting about this, though, is that um, oftentimes it describes a type of relationship where there's understanding. So yeah, yes, it's like you two are open to meeting someone. You two meet each other, and then you have an understanding of what the agreement is going to be. I think that you both are, as you say, trying to discover if you two are going to take things slow, in terms of like how serious you two are going to become. But then later on, we'll start to talk about, okay, are you both ready to call it for what it is? Like, are you both ready to maybe to commit to each other? Is what I see. But this is definitely is no one from your past. You must kind of embrace that idea that it's no one from the past who you're going to reconnect with. You needed to let go of the past. That's the reasoning for this lifetime. It's very healthy for you, and you needed to have the ability to go forward into the new direction. The direction that's meant to bring you the relationship that the gentleman is open to, that particularly the gentleman that I foresee for you, he's open to a relationship, the level of relationship that you're expecting. So right. So yeah. So you're going through a transition. You're going through a bit of a transitional love experience to bringing in that relationship without having to make some wild commitment within the first 4 months of the remaining months of this year. You're like, wait a minute, it's not even the new year. Like, why in the world are you getting so serious? It's a matter of falling. I think it's a matter of falling in love, meeting someone who you're compatible with. Is representation, compatibility, but a relationship that works. And then later on, when you have it all figured out, he and you then will make that discernment. What you two are, because you both seem to benefit from that connection that you two will have with each other, love wise. That's how it plays out. So that's from the emotional side. That's also the timing of when. The other parts of this, like, so what will you two actually accomplish or do together? That's another one. So let's look at that. So what they're saying here is this: the spirit world says high and low moments. Okay, you both have differences. Soul connection, no doubt. It's a turning point in both of your lives. It's a test to see to check for like loyalties. If you two are going to be like serious with each other, it's a test. Like, is he gonna play games? Or are you? Do you even find him interest? I mean, do you even want to even open up to where he even tries to become interesting, right? So it is a test, but you're gonna say, why is this? Why you feel drawn to this person? Why is this person connected to you the way that he is? And then it turns out that, well, it's because your lives cycle wise, you both are moving in a different direction, allowing for some deeper types of relationships can happen, like karmic soulmates who actually can stay together. Karmic soulmates are off the chain. They're so great this time around. Like, they really can make it. Some of these karmic soulmates. described as twin flames. Karmic soulmates becoming twin flames. That's all we're describing. Right. It's the right timing, um, the right type of relationship that works for you and him. That's the reason why he and you meet. But that's what you two will do. Yeah, you got a bit of a test because he's the one that's gonna. You both are gonna cause each other to think about your lives. He's thinking about his life as much as you're thinking about your life going forward. You're thinking about, you know, um, finding someone who totally gets what you've got going on at the moment. That and you're there, yeah, you're there for him, but with the understanding that he's also there for you as well. Like this is all a test to say. So, are you ready for the one? And of course universe knows already. Universe is saying you're. Sometimes we say I know about the ones, I still want time to play. The guy, I imagine guys like, they definitely would say that, but he's becomes in a place where he's tested and says, okay, he is ready to embrace you as his one, being that he does recognize who you are. When you psychically, spiritually, I mean, he recognizes that yes, you are someone special that he's supposed to get to know, and he's going to take time to do exactly that. Is what I see. So now going back to that, they said not in a party. They said no social environment, not like a club, but more like in passing. He and you are going to meet, and I think that it has a lot to deal with, like being. It's just like that potentially there's more like an evening vibe. It might be that he wasn't part of your circle when you two meet, but you both cross each other's path, and that's how you both meet. Where you both meet, is definitely, I believe, out and about, but not in social space. Like more like an in between space from one doing one thing to the next or one thing to the other. Going like from you going into maybe a location, he's coming from a location, but he and you definitely meet. By the way, I heard you say to him, and you both are standing outside. It's warmer vibrations, and you're asking about Fridays being open for you at the time in the future. You're mentioning Fridays open for you, or a night, like a night on a Friday open. He's saying you two, your paths should cross again. That sounds very favorable for him. So you both are able to have a conversation and make a connection to meet, is what I can say to that. And he's definitely making the initiation. He's initiating. So he's just finding out for himself where he and you are going to meet next, because this is just the first meeting, and so he's finding out. You're hearing. He's finding out very quickly what you two are going to be, what you two are going to strive for, to create for yourselves. So it's very clear that he's approaching you as, you're interested in him as a mate, and he the same to you. That's why he approached you. It wasn't to say simply, "Hi, how are you doing?" It was like very. I think it's the reason why it was more like get straight to the point, man, or you as a woman. I think it is because, you two do not have, you two don't have a conversation, a prior conversation, and so in order to continue having talk to talk, it's kind of like, look, the truth is he would like to have, like go out with you, and have a great time, and for you both to get to liking each other and then go from there. So it's very quick, and it's like to the point, like, what do you want? Well, what does he want? Clearly he wants your number, or clearly he wants to give you his number, and then if you want to know more, then he and you will talk later. So it's very much like this guy is pursuing me. I think he's into me. That's you. And then he's wanting to, meet up with you now, and sounds like meeting up or going on a date for Friday. What's going to happen next? That's the kinds of things that he is going for right away. Like I said, I always say this kind of information you have to times it by three. To say times three, when in terms of like, well, how sure are you, or if you were to say like, how big is this going? Like, how much is he going to put out there that he is looking for a relationship? He wants to start one or start dating. Definitely times it by three because that lets you know, okay, this is an event. When it happens, you're gonna say what's going on. So then I'll say, psychic will say, I told you, you got to times it by three. I said he was really going to pursue you and it was going to happen fast. So that's the what we're saying here. Absolutely. But it was like a Friday ish that's agreed upon, and then from there, I think that you two will begin some form of dating. Many forms of dating there are, but I think that it's going to open your minds. Even I know either of your minds are not here just yet. Neither of your minds not yet about like unions and marriage. That's not a thing right now. But I do believe after a while, he and you will contemplate. So what's next? You've done all the parts that mean companionship. You've got that, and he also, he's wanting to be, described that, or he's explaining that on at least on his side, he's exclusive. And then there's the thoughts of, well, if you both are already doing these things, why not? Why not think about? Of course, you could define, unions don't have to be traditional, but it can be some form of like acknowledgement, maybe. But yep, I do see that idea of, is this the one you want to spend a longer time with, or maybe some lifetimes with, in this lifetime, of course. And so that becomes a conversation to be had. Now that's a little bit farther out. We're talking about 2026. So that means that if though you okay, so though you're in 2026 together, you meet in 2025, 3 months from now. Okay. So so we're gonna go into some psychic profiling. So what I could see is that he is described as like emotionally connected. I think he's also quite private. He's a private person. He only tends to speak on things that that he's very sure about. I think he's very like rational in a way. I get that strong sense. He doesn't always say what he feels. Sometimes, though he understands it deeply, he doesn't say it in words. There's the parts, but they also said that he's more about action. But so his action, by the way, is like his words come across straightforward. He's more like a straightforward communicator. So like he doesn't get it's like he doesn't like they say he realizes maybe his words affect other people, but he doesn't catch on that sometimes he can be a bit straightforward. Like, wow, that's a little straightforward, Some he's like, well, he's thinking, well, I think he's a little bit like he said, my time, I don't have enough time. So you might find that sometimes he can be a little like he wants things to happen too quickly, and is trying to figure out so what's the hold up. He's very much like that. I wouldn't call him impatient. I think he just, as you said, he is a guy that knows what he wants, and he does put it out there. But he always leaves a room. He wants you to genuinely choose, like you to make your decision yourself, of course. But he just like, look, this is what he wants, and he says that it lays it out exactly like this is what he's expecting. This is why he approached you, things like that. But he's not there to play games, more or less. But he's definitely going to incorporate that. All right, that's a no brainer. But then the other side of him is that so far they told me that he is very secure with his finances. Like he's very good with his money. That goes along with his personality, I think, of like cutting through the illusion. A nice way of putting it, and being careful with my words. Yeah, he can cut through the illusion, if that makes sense. And I think that keeps him steady with finances. That's not going to be an issue. He has brown hair, maybe medium brown hair. He is described as maybe a bit like fit type build, slim build ish, but not a thin man. Not a thin man. average height, as in height, perhaps an average height, but he does give me that sense of very, very active. And I also see him wearing a jacket. The jean, the dark, like he wears the dark colors, like the dark jean, the dark shirt, the dark jacket, the medium brown hair, the brown eyes. That's or dark eyes. That's him. And so his personality, I get the sense of something with banks. So he might be doing something with money, currency, like his industry wise. I get something like banks, something that's dealing with some kind of marketing bid, something that he's doing in terms of like I hear interest in real estate. I hear interest in like uh, investments, things like that. Like he's really into that. I get the vibes from stocks. Yeah, I think he does those things. So he might be really great in the numbers department. But when he's not talking about that, I think that he likes evenings. I think he's a natural nighttime person. Hence, every time that I see you both connecting is night. I'm looking about and there's like the street lamp, the street lamps on and shining down. I think that he is not a. I wouldn't say that he's a shy person. I think he's maybe reserved because he's private. He keeps his information to himself. I think that he wants to spend that time with you. I think he's very outgoing in that regard. Like he likes to, but he likes. I think he likes evenings out in the world, but with a nice partner and see what makes sense. I don't think he's really that big into travel. If he were to travel, it'd be because you wanted to. He will travel with you, but only if you want to. Not he does. He's not a big traveler, so he's very consistent. I think he likes routines. He likes routines. I was looking to see. I think that he's had, of course, relationships. He's had relationships, but I don't see him in a current thing right now. Like it's like in a strange, like a relationship that's distant. And like if you ask, he's like there's somebody there, but and you may even sometimes feel like okay, there's a chord or that he's two in communication still. He's still trying to figure that out. I think he's pulling more time. Like it's not like you might say, oh well, it's not like that because I do describe him as still having some connections to the past that he himself needed to let go. But they also mentioned, of course, they said you two had an agreement, and that this is where an area that he would begin to pull away from if he's thinking about moving to more serious territory with you, and that you're following. He's following along, and of course he agrees 1,000%. He's a lot of this he's saying himself. He's saying, look, this is what it is, but I'm not. He's not with that person. He's also single. He's available, but dating. He's not. He's not. He doesn't consider himself like. Well, he would consider himself on the market, more or less. Like, look, if you're not interested, that's fine. I can keep. He'll keep dating. But he is looking and he's asking you out on a date, if that makes sense. So that's the way that I saw that he is. But so there's this agreement, even though I don't see any like, well, you have to. It comes with ultimatums. I don't even hear that in your conversations. It's more like he just says, we didn't say what we can do and cannot do. I just am not out there like that. You're like he's letting you know you're the only one that he's thinking about, and you're the only one that he's being with. Yeah, he does tell you that, and then you didn't even have to say, "I prefer that you not do this." You might say ideally what kind of relationship you want, like, "Hey, I like exclusive," but then say, "Hey, just be safe," however it is. But he's like, he lets you know that he's not out there doing anything, so that he's actually dating. When he's dating you. He makes that very clear in this reading. So that is his personality. I also get the sense that you are attracted to him. There is a vibration of attraction that he's channeling between he and you, because he's attracted to you, no doubt. But I also feel like that's mutually a vibration. That's what I get the sense of. Definitely native. He's like from here, from this space, from this place, and just wanting to see where things will guide, where things will lead. He's interested in. I don't. Sometimes it gives me the vibe that he's not, though he's not interested is in settling down. Because he's like that's too far into the future. He's still trying to. He wants to have the experience of companionship first. That's what he's saying. So he might spend a great deal of time just talking about you and then you and him. That's probably where his language is going to be for at least for the throughout this year before it translates into and becomes to something else. And he says, "Oh, he just told me another thing before the year turns." He says, "Well, he says, especially when you're thinking in terms of okay, a few months from now, what about a year or 2 years from now of dating?" He says, "Well, whatever it is that you're willing to commit to." So he's like, if you set the parameters, you help set the rules. Those are the rules he's gonna follow. So like he says, whatever it is that you're intending to commit to, he'll want to do that as well. So it's just that understanding that what you both want. If it's a commitment, for example, but I heard this is alignment to 2027. So this I must mean. So where do you see the two of you 3 years from now, for example, or something like to that effects? And he's saying, well, whatever you intend to to commit with. And now this is a very early conversation. This is a conversation that actually happens later on this year. So he didn't have much to go on because being that you two just met, yes, at the moment he feels like hopefully this a moment that can last for a lifetime, but who knows? So he says, well, what do you want to commit to? So he's more like asking, well, what are you looking for out of all of this? He's like, well, he's open to that as well, and why not give it a try? So I think that you both are off to a good start. You both are going to be off to a good start in your journey, is what I can see. And so the other parts of this, whenever where he's coming through, is you both will begin to feel comfortable with one another, and whatever it was that was allowing manifestation, then the relationship is activated. So it's like this relationship is being activated. The availability is coming together. You both decide to go on a second, third, etc. date. That's what's happening. Something that was stopping, whatever's been stopping he and you from actually going forward or moving forward with your relationship, finally the man is saying, no more, no more is he leaving himself out of that equation. It feels like you're agreeing with him. As far as I can see, I'm double checking. They said that the relationship on the soul level activates, so it becomes a experience bigger than the life. It becomes bigger than the old cycles. Is most importantly, which then makes you both available. And it's like, sure, I definitely am ready to get over the past. He's like, well, he want to meet up with you again as well. He doesn't feel hung up on the past, so this is a good thing. He says, good idea, is what he says. That's his personality. That's the way that he also flows. I see harmony for relationships upcoming, relationships that will work out for you soon. This year, well, 2025. Okay, it's a pleasure. Good luck to both of you. Test read. I don't look. I don't be caring if y'all are not in a relationship. That doesn't give you the right to want the relationship with me. The point is to get you to relationship. You don't get to date me, a psychic. I'm not. This is not. This is not. This is not genie in a bottle. This is not genie. This is not genie in a bottle. This is not I love genie. No, 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 no. This is not a thousand. Was it thousand years. This is not a thousand years. No. You're not in a relationship? Great. I'm going to guide you to a relationship. Yes. I'm going to Adam and Eve you. Or Adam and Steve you. Or Linda and Gina you. You know, I mean, if you need 4 or 5, till you feel good about moving on with the one, we can psychic profile, 6 people. I've done it before, but I'm not. I promise you, I'm not included in the amongst the 8 people in your circle. I'm not. I'm not in addition, and I don't add my vibrations. And you know what I meant. You never met them before. You're not open to, and I don't count. Mm-mm. So yeah, that's called public image. You're not touching my public image. Like There's not much I will fight you over. I will fight you for. There's not much I will fight you for. There's a lot that I will give up. I probably wouldn't even fight you over family members, but I definitely would fight you over Trump. I'll fight you over Trump. I'll fight you over my public image. That's about it. Other than that, I'm like, look what I got. Look what I got. I'm like, I got your friend. I disagree with Trump, or I'm coming for your public image. I'm gonna have you. I'm going to didify you. You're gonna. Where's my? Say it again. Your mama and daddy love me. I cannot have a dirty public image. Your daddy and your mama, your grand. Well, now these days is your great great grandma, your great granddad, and aunties, and they love me. They think very highly of me. They told me so, and no, I am not messing up. I'm not going to get dirty. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't like people who are like in the what do you call it? If you in that OF industry stuff or that Facebook stuff, and you do your thing, you don't need to don't contact me and be trying to include me in that. No, get your answers. Let me guide you to where you going and get out. You need to get your stuff and get out. Mm, mm. Well, I'm here for another 3 hours. My friend. So let's see. Um, my God. Ooh. Okay. What day? What time? So, oh yeah, I'm here till 4, I believe. Or is it 3? No, 4. I'm here till 4. Okay. For another 3 hours. I'm okay with that. All right. I need to shuffle my cards. So, one thing is for certain. So, one thing is for certain is this: the things that are happening with information is is put out there, but information where people have invested a lot of money, a lot of time, you know, and none of it is adding up. When I was saying that people, they care more about information, as in factual, true information, than false information. And so, what becomes more valuable? You can't even place value on it. Is the ultimate truth, and that's where people are meant to be. That's where they're going. They're moving in that direction. More and more is becoming pretty evident that if after a while, if it just continues to be false, 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 there are people, because information, you know, uh, did not either align to some ultimate truth experience, or you know indicating that they're willing to walk away from from high paying careers. They're ready to leave their careers that's afforded them a different quality of lifestyle, a prestigious, high esteemed, obviously, $1 million positions, and with all the ability, to like create legacy, are willing to walk away, and also like, and a permanent position, placement in the public eye, willing to walk away because of truths, in fact, and truths and false, and for like false information or true information. They're willing to walk away because of that. They're not. They don't want to just hang on to an existence based on ideas as it's only as real as you make them, and then come to find out that everything you had hoped and thought were true is no longer the case. They're willing to walk away from such position, being positioned in life, chosen, selected to be in those positions. They don't feel comfortable. That's what I'm saying, is that it it shows. It begins to show that age of that you're dealing with Pisces, that 12th house, dealing with illusion, disillusion, self actualization, and realization. That's what that sign represents. Oftentimes, of course, the fish represents swimming upstream for life, and then swimming back down, for life, and a life cycle of a salmon fish. But also, it could be like the reflection, one looking upon the surface and seeing the reflection of the many ripples of life. And then when the surface steadies and you can see beneath the surface, things are not as they seem. You can see what's really there. Once the all of the dusts and the things begin to the dirt begin to sand begins to settle, then you can see clear to the bottom. You can see everything much more clear when the water is no longer murky. And that is self-reflection. In that self-reflection, then you realize, of course, in that realization, you already would have experienced awareness, age of Aquarius. Then you see truth, the truth of things. for what as the reflection for as it is meant to be seen, not distorted. It happens when we're no longer reactionary and our minds are calm. Right now, the mind is not calm. It's many ripples because you're seeing what could have been, what could be, what potentially was possibility. Some of it is true, some of it is not. So, yeah, self awareness right now, what we're going experiencing, that's not easy. It's not an easy path because there's also with this Gemini vibration added on that says, oh, by the way, you have to receive certain facts about yourself that you were not ready for because you like all this time you just knew like I just know I'm always on it, and then all of a sudden there's some facts that you have to take up and you have to receive, and you're like, I didn't know that. You know, that idea of saying I didn't know, I just learned something, I just learned something new, I've been made aware. Yeah, and it's a being that it's Gemini, it's very factual and it's like right to the bullseye, and it's like just like it's like I wish I'd known, I should have known. Why wouldn't I have known better? Sometimes, or why wouldn't I have known better? Sometimes that's the one. This is different from things that you've always known, now becoming more fixed and apparent. It's not that one. Trust me. It's this one. It's the one that a fact that you like would not have guessed, but it's a hard truth, but on a factual, an empirical level. It's going to make, well, it makes perfect sense. It probably would have already happened by now. You probably have already experienced it by now. So yeah, it's a lot of different things going on with this. Mm, yep. what kind of person. Somebody's gonna somebody's gonna ring. I know they will. Let's see. Oh, okay. So I'm coming to. I was in my mind thinking about things. So, anyways, I mean, I like doing love readings. You know, it's been a while since I've done one, so I'm not frustrated with this person. I just it's just that I see things happening, and I'm like, you know, this is gonna happen, right? And I'm so used to people like they're in their own way, and they just have to find out the hard. They have to find out on their own. So I'm like, so I don't spend a lot of, like I'm definitely detached. Like people like be like demand empathy, but at the same time they want to be chaotic. And like if this was like real life, if someone was acting outside of normality, you know, like what do strangers do? Like you distance yourself, like you grab your kid, you call your impressionable young teen, like come here, come here, come here, go over this and set the table. Go check on your little sibling, and then you get everything you're gonna get, and you try to minimize as much of the interaction. So for some reason, the psychic space people are like, accept my craziness for all that crazy goes, so, chaos and all. I'm like, it's not gonna happen. That's not spirituality. Spiritually, yeah, I'm supposed to navigate you out of that way of thinking to something tangible. Just because you don't get your way and you start acting chaotic, that doesn't get you what you want anyway. It doesn't work like that. So, but I guess now I'd be extremely hypocritical if at a point in stage in my life that chaos wasn't exciting, but chaos in the form of be chaotic and get on people's nerves, or to put them in a like to be create an awkward situation. That's not my that was never my thing. I wasn't chaotic to be an ace of spades hole, so to speak. Sorry, ace of spades. No, it's not ace of spades' fault. And okay, an a hole. That's totally different. Like I like okay chaos and excitement, on your own, but like not to push that on other people. Your chaos onto other people. This never was my thing. So my thing is to guide people out of chaos. I've always been that way. Is guiding people out of chaos. As far as back as I can remember, even as growing up, like I would guide chaotic situations to peace. Then we can manifest the things that's the whole purpose of being chaotic was for. It's like, come on, let's not waste our energy. Let's use our energy in a way that's gonna to attract actually what you want. Actually get something out of it. Like rather than spending up your energy for no reason. And then then of course people want to push away from you. You're more like people are pushing away from you and they're not attracting to you. So let's get some. Let's get some vibes that make that draw people to us. That gets to attract to specifically the people you want, the things you want in life. But I'm not being uh, difficult with. I'm not saying that to be mean or anything, but I just know how it's going to work out. I know how it's going to work out. Like people are just now realizing people don't want to be unhappy. Like it's like okay, it's like having a friend who's having a bad day, and then who's having a bad day and being angry at you, the other friend. What happens when that friend feels unwelcome? What did that friend do? That friend leaves. Like and then people started saying, "Well, I don't want a friendship. I want to love her." And then they start putting all of these requirements on the person who they intend to share this loving this companionship with, and that person is like, I don't want to be here, and you're never in a good mood. Like all you do is fight or argue and pick a fight and argue and accuse, and I don't want to be in that. What is that? It's not even a relationship. And we're not even there, by the way. We're not even seeing. We're not even talking. We talk. How can I? How can we talk when you're yelling? We're constantly yelling. So, like, why is this person not talking to me? Why is no, why is this person not talking to me? That's what I ask. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna end the call right here. When you've calm and you've thought about meditated, come back. I don't care if you go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna hang up first. You heard my. You heard every vibration. Like you're not gonna talk to me like that. Now, when powerful as I am, now if I say you should walk no further, be cursed, then you be saying you. I'm gonna tell on you. I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna call your boss. Curses. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. And somebody's told me that you shouldn't be allowed to curse anybody. You shouldn't be allowed to. You shouldn't be not allowed to tempt me. So if you trying to have a full on, who you think I am? I'm not your crux. You know, like you're gonna spiritually battle with me, and I know what I'm doing. That happened to me. That was a long time ago. I have to tell you about that story. It's a long story. A pleasure. Welcome, Donald here. Okay. Yes, please. Okay. A pleasure. Are you there? There you are. Now I hear. Now I see you. A pleasure. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Hmm. Mm-hmm. No, my. Okay, understood. Understood. Um, well, I don't recall this question in the past, but that's an interesting one. But I do remember, I do recall us doing special work. How to, you said control your, like you're definitely applying all of the information that was coming through with the spiritual guides, like drawing boundary lines with relatives. You definitely have been doing that for sure, 1,000%. I see it. So you want to know about what's going on with the cousin, or do you want to know about what's going on with the aunt, or do you want me to read the whole thing? I want to touch on things you're interested in. Okay, okay, yes, sure, okay, sure, right, understood. Okay, right. Well, one of the things that I can pick up on is that it feels very much like this vibration, like while you're having this, while you're still having this argument with them, is because you're still in an argument with your cousin. And the reason why you're having this dream, there's certain symbols and signs, even including, the 3D world, aunt is telling you you have to deal with this energy. You have to break the connection, break the argument. And because you know how the mind can keep talking about a subject and without a conscious effort. You're doing that. You're consciously still subconsciously arguing with your cousin Tim, with cousin Tim. And you have to say, okay, this argument is done. I'm not arguing with you any arguing with Tim anymore. You have to, kind of begin doing that. This is called breaking attachments. Because recall when, like this particularly your cousin, he can pick a battle with you, and then that's a connection. So this is called breaking, not having attachments, or four. Okay, so you have to break this attachment, which is called detaching, and then once you do that, you will channel appropriately again. Your chakras begin to spin correctly. Your vibrations will extend outward. Extend outward. Right now, you're pulling in his energy. You're receiving information from him. You're trying, and then when you channel out, you're channeling the wrong information, the information that you're not interested in. You want to focus on your talk. You like right where you're chattering with cousin Tim. You need to be chatting that same chat about the conversations you intend to have in front of this group. Should be here, and the only way you get that now, if we attach that the attachment to that conversation in the argument with them psychically, in the argument with them, doesn't mean you have to should reach out, doesn't mean that, as you say, but making peace with it in yourself, in your mind. It could be to the effects of, I stated what I stated and I meant every word I said. I don't need to go over and over and over and over it again with him, or back and forth with him psychically. It's like just acknowledging that you have settled it in yourself, even though, and maybe you haven't, like you said, Tim is not going to listen. Tim is not going to listen. You know he's not going to listen. You're not going to get through to him. His point is to keep pushing back on you, is to keep pushing. Okay. So, but that's a good thing. Okay. I'm not lending him, a conversation. Conversation. I need those words, and I don't need to release those vibrations, and because those can be draining, kind of like running. We could. You go to the cafe. You could plug in the charger, or you can just not plug in the charger and then you leave in a full day ahead of you, and you're running on low battery with on the, as an example, it's a metaphor. So you're right. Okay, so we want to definitely get back plugged in, so to speak, charge up our own energy reserves, have our battery full, do our talk, and also keep getting metaphysical types of conversations or information about the talk that you intend to do. It's an it's connected, the talk, to the dream if you're making a correlation, but it's not specifically directly. It's more like saying how the talk is maybe affected. You should definitely have a talk about charity, but you have to get in the spirit, in a mindset of charity. By the way, Venus this year is all about Libra, that's all about charity. So those kinds of things. So we know that the talk is special. The talk you have upcoming, very special for you. That's going to work out, in your favor. In your favor. The talk is in your favor. I just see you really taking control of this matter. I see you taking control of the situation at hand and becoming better off. It's a lot of metaphysical work here. Okay. Okay. Mm, sure. Mm, okay. Mm, mm-hmm, mm, mm-hmm, mm, right. So the part that we was sort of hopscotching over, the part that's the work is going right down to where imagining yourself in front of your cousin, let's say, maybe even from the dream, you're picking up in the dream area, and you're sitting there and it could be back and forth. You're like diving right into consciousness in that conversation, that remembering, recounting the heat of the moment, and you're like, and you just start to take control of that conversation, and then you work that conversation, you push through that conversation, and you start letting him know there's not a real reason for he to address anything more about this with you, or that you intend to share any more with him. And just leaving it is as is. Look, agree to disagree. You can begin telling him these things, and then allowing your genuine, the conscious conversation of today, the conversation regarding around your talk, allowing that conversation to flow through, in in replacing this one, replacing the old conversation, the argument conversation, if that makes sense. Okay. But you want to speak and channel and put your mind in that specific space, right? To clear that space, to take control of that psychic area, and it will work out. It will work. You'll come back to your creative self again, and you'll be, well, there's my creativity. There's all the lights, the pretty lights, because when you're in your creative space, it can look like, you can see rainbows, you can see the indigo, blue, and purple. You can see all the beautiful, like yellow, vibrant colors, orange. But then somebody comes and makes it all dark, right? Dark and murky and nasty, and you're like, oh, they did that intentionally. But then, of course, now we know how to intentionally bring all those colors are still there. It's just that put a like a they put a filter over it, so we just have to pierce that veil, the false veil that they placed there. Like your cousin Tim picking a fight, and got you, has you vibrating in other, paying attention to other things. So we just reroute. We're bringing that back from being rerouted. We're going right to our light again, our creative light again. I remember that one. Yeah, that one I read. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Absolutely. So, okay. So it says that a different energy. You're in mid-flight. Anything that's associated with her, you are in flight. You spoke of, fight or flight. You're in flight. And flight can mean in the midst of a fight because in flight, let's say aeroplanes are in flight. Ships when they it used to be when they take off to the sea, they're in flight. So fleet is in flight. So you're in flight. There is conflict. There's unavoidable conflict, but through conflict, there's growth. Like when there's natural brush fires, we know that a natural brush fire is actually good. It cleans the surface and nutrients get starts over, kind of like a refresher, but through destruction, as nature has it done. She's also part of a soul part. She's part of a soul tribe, soul connection to you as well. Now, this can be spiritual for you, therapeutic. I'm slightly saying therapeutic. If you were to, it's the right path to meet up with her. And here's two reasons if you choose to do it. Of course, it's always your choice. If you're like, no, I don't want to, it's okay if you don't want to, as long as, but it helps you to even to not do it with greater understanding. If you choose, say, I don't want to meet up with her at all, it's avoid the whole subject. Okay, one, you could put some things to rest by this because it's called, okay, so you're familiar with confrontational affirmations. Okay, there's confrontational, there's passive. We do a lot of passive confrontational uh, affirmations, like affirmations that we create. Even when we're just hitting here and we're creating affirmations, that's passive. It's kind of like an active meditation. There's active meditation, but these are affirmations and confrontational meditations at that, where you're confronting an issue on a spiritual level and metaphysical situation in real time. And so, like, putting the rest that okay, I'm looking. No, you have to be very conscious, and plenty of, you got to be an up and up, whatever gets you going. Before you meet with her, you want to be absolutely on your toes, and you have to. It's like deliberately, intentionally looking for when she's gonna say, "Oh, by the way, Tim." When she starts speaking about Tim, Tim, this, he's doing good, and you're like, "Yeah, yeah, I remember when he tried to speak up to me. I remember it still." But go ahead. I'm listening. You're his mom. You're supposed to have good things to say about him. So then she's like, well, he could really use this. He could really use that. And then Just but don't give a suggestion. Don't make an offer. Don't say, oh well, what does he need? You just keep on with the conversation that you feel comfortable with. If it's still a conversation that's unrelated to Tim, and then she comes right out and says, hey, do you think that maybe of course Kevin or yourself will be able to do this? Then that is your way of saying, okay, I'm rewriting a metaphysical, you know, okay, this is dialogue that normally you're right now you're reading every dialogue from the personal consciousness, psychic consciousness, out to the universal consciousness, your personal universal consciousness. So there's conversations already that's happening out there. So literally, when you go out there and you're confronting that conversation, and you said, "I'm going to rewrite this," because when I get back home I'm in my personal psychic space. When I look out into my consciousness goes out into the universal consciousness, it's going to read. And Rebecca's script said, no, I'm not in a position where I feel comfortable working with Tim at this time. We have a lot of unfinished conversation that's kind of been open ended. We were just recently in an argument. I believe that we've done a lot. We've been disrespectful. Even if you say I don't want to say all that, that's a bit personal. That would lead to more of a infighting. Why would I go all the way there to fight even more? So that's a little direct as well. So I would just simply say, I, I'm not. I wouldn't use. Well, let me look into it, because then there's an expectation that still has you plugged in. You would say only things that you wish at. So like when you come back home, when your mind goes to the universal consciousness, that you actually can see and read out there when your mind is reading the dialogue out there. So you going over there, because you can add, incorporate dialogue. Because right now, the dialogue out there is probably, oh, if I ask Rebecca, and you're already hearing it, yeah, she asked me, she's expecting me to say, yes, I can help out. And you're like, and that's the universal dialogue. So naturally, you find yourself playing into these conversations that you saw coming, miles away. But now when you're in this space, you can say, okay, how do I want to word this? How would if I was writing a book, how would I decline helping Tim this time? It could be to the effects of, well, not at this time, um, and I'm uncertain about if I'm going to follow through with this in the future. Maybe just not. Maybe this is the not the right timing for me to join in. I want to see what he. I would like to see what he could do on his own for a while, and then that could be the dialogue. And let's say you stop there and you say, okay, not a problem, but thank you for your honesty or your straightforwardness. Hey, let's go over here to the museum now. And that could be the dialogue. So when you're back at home and you're thinking about it, and it plays out like a movie, and the scripts and the writing is going up, and you're like, oh wow, yeah, I did say that. It's going up to the heavens, to the universal consciousness. You're like, I incorporated my own sentence so that out in the universe is not, making this wild accusation that I'm gonna be always there to help him, and I don't really want to help him this time. It's called confrontational affirmations, and literally you're changing in real time information that's going to universal consciousness, because when the way that the world sees us, you can read that dialogue. When you get there, you already know what the dialogue's about, what it said. It's psychic stuff, but you can read. And right now, whenever I'm reading the script. It reminds you of a script or a story that's written, and I don't see your input, which that's typically what happens. So when you go into these spaces, you're able to incorporate your own voice to this script, so that when you naturally are just going, let's say you on your way to go do this talk, you're actually, as they say, you're connected to universal consciousness, and this is the added information that you contributed. Of course, there is a passive way to do it. You could just do it from home. You could channel your light and write it in there. And then of course you have to write it to where it means something to your heart, though. You got to speak to make it mean something, and you can incorporate it in that sense as well. However, at some point, if you ever were to physically, or like in 3D world, make contact, you do have to consider that she's going to ask you anyway, because she may not, because she hadn't heard this information. So you'll end up having to say what you more or less have rehearsed, or hopefully, because you don't want to revert back into the old script. You have to remember the new one, the one that you said. Okay, if she contacts me in the future and I'm not going to meet up with her to go to the museum, I'm going to be sure to decline on assisting with Tim this time. I can recall that. I can write it down and make sure I remember. And then if she ever contacts you again and she's asking, then you'll just simply fill that in. But yes, she may ask you anyway. I like the one that okay, so the second one, the passive one, is usually when there's no way of seeing a person. And you'll never get, more or less, they say, close the bridge. Like, I want to, close this chapter of my life. If that's never going to happen, this is where it's great to use that. Active is when you have a chance to say, I finally can have closure and I'm ready. That's when you want to use the active affirmation, a confrontative affirmation. I mean, and it will do wonders. It's a not for, of course, it's obviously it's for not the faint of heart. If you react too quickly or get easily upset, maybe the passive one is better. But if you happen to go, this is something to kind of think about in your mind's eye. Think about it, and if you feel comfortable with it, where you could say it, in a way that you feel comfortable saying it, that would be you directly making sure that your input into the collective, universal collective, is accepted and heard, especially by the auntie, especially by the auntie. Absolutely. And by the way, I'm multitasking over here. In the reading, the guide said that the meet with the auntie and in person actually is the right path. It is also quite motivational. It's great in for business sake because it feels like you're active. In terms of life purpose, it does. You're able to tap into your happiness, which confrontational meditation offers you to take on a space. Let's say happiness, motivation, joy. You will promote these things. Um, Options that are that you're able to. Okay, so this option to say yes to this in a sort of like a here you are in this state of mind, and you're like, oh my gosh, I was caught off guard. I was coming in from work and I ended up saying yes. Just I was in autopilot, and that's a setback for us. But then you end up setting back the idea that you're, let's say, okay, all I have to do is ask very nicely, and make at the right time. She'll say yes. She always does. That would put that in a setback. So you're like, okay, I'm not in a setback, but she is. Tim is in a setback. I just set back Tim's ambitions to pull me into their business. And I'm motivated even more to do the business that I actually want to do. And by the way, I'm in my happy space. I move them out of, you see, they would be happy if you said yes. You would be happy if you said, no, I'm not going to do it, and I'm going to actually follow through with some things that I actually want to do. That's part of my life purpose. And you're taking up the space of your happiness rather than they standing on your the feeling of they standing on your happiness. So all of that, I like the idea of you meeting in person and having a good time because you can still have a good time. I don't get the sense. I believe that's why, like, she's a light to you. We know, meaning that she's a higher vibration. Yes, there's a we knew that she's going to be part of your world in some capacity. The light, of course, represents big personality, and but it also represented that you were familiar with these lights and you knew how to navigate around them. You knew how to get by. You could get past them. So that's the upside of all of this. And so I think that you could go to the museum and meet anyway. It would be a fabulous idea, and just be on the lookout for anything surrounding Tim and helping him. You're just going to be able to catch it before it becomes a universal thought. Because now we talk about universal thoughts meant to manifest. I'm manifesting Rebecca to do this very specific action And of course, if we agree with those same symbols and thoughts, then naturally we play the role. So this is how we get out of being. How do you subconsciously get out of this, the like this desire, like if to not say yes, it feels. Why does it feel wrong? Like I'm pulled to say yes. That's because we're sometimes we're either not writing enough into the that universe, or we are being kept from participating and making that those universal, adding our universal co-creating options. So that's how we could look at it in its simplest ideas. But it will work out. It's very metaphysical and very psychic. You know, I know you've had to visualize a lot right now, but it will play out in real life. These are things, of course, everything I'm describing ends up playing out in real life. And we're saying, how do we get out or escape from that, from this playing out in real life? And we'll also manifest the things in real life we want to see happen going forward. It's because you can move into another dimension, so to speak, and so it would work out for you if you were to meet in person. But if you choose not to, there is a way to still get past him. Okay. Hmm. Soul contract. That's why that dream, when you entered into the temple, those are a place where you were creating soul contracts. Oh, the church. That's what I meant. The church. Well, you call it church. I call it temple. Uh-huh. Mm, 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 mm. Right. Right. Okay. I remember that. Mm-hmm. 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 Sometimes, okay, sometimes people are not aware. Kind of like, how people say they dream all the time, but don't remember. They say we don't remember all of our dreaming experience. So there's a lot of missing. We they get it subconsciously, but not consciously. We don't consciously remember every dream. Okay, that is the same as, like, she could be the light and we have all the familiarity of a spirit, and but not even realize that she's even there. Sometimes you've had dreams where people are present in your, but they're having a dreaming experience, but you're actually traveling experience. So they're not even aware sometimes, and she may not even recall this journey that she had to this special space, the church or the chapel or the temple, whichever it goes, wherever space she may not remember. You recall you're doing studies with it. She may not thinking much of it in that sense. So when you bring up some of these things in the, like, yes, more and more of her personality, as you would say, happened in the dream world, right, can play out in the real world. We did calculate that, but she may be unaware that any of that is happening. And as the more and more you bring it up, it's kind of like bring like reading somebody, and you're like reading. You said reading someone, for filth. Is like you're reading someone through and through, and they don't even know what's going on. It feels like all the lights are brights are just they're like exposing them. So she may not even get it. She might like, well, why did you like open up my Pandora's box? Why'd you open up my bag like that? Something like to that effect. So why are you in my Kool-Aid like that? She may be so shocked she doesn't even know what's going on. So you have to kind of lend this information to her in a way that would make a practical sense, and then she would get it. Then she would get it. Otherwise, in other words, yes, you could win and you would dominate the conversation. You would come on very domineering, and she may shy away from the topic altogether and just be in denial. Go into denial mode. And of course, that would not help your situation. It would help your case to win, but you would want her to grow and really understand where you're coming from. So you have to kind of consider all of that as well. That if you were to raise this up with her, but this is okay. So this is different from the confrontational meditation aside. Okay, this is perception things. Like this is your perception, and this is you're bringing to her attention and getting some of those truths across and receiving some truths for closure on this subject. So that's the way it would play out. Um, yeah, so you would really have to break it down and remember, even no matter how crystal clear you may feel, she could still deny it. She could still say, that's not true. She could still say that. She could say, I don't know if I believe in that. I don't know if I believe that. I would never feel that way. How would make you feel that way? What is that I actually said that caused you to think and feel that way? And then she has Rebecca, your name too at the end, to put a little sharp period there. So then it caused you to feel like this is out in the open. You have to clearly can see what I see. And she's like, I don't see Jupiter. Like you're seeing Jupiter's energies. And she's like, I don't see anything. I just see you. Make you feel like, okay, like I just made this up. No, that I didn't just make this up. It's real. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Or they're like in your dreams is like, wait a minute, well, that's neither here nor there. This was I traveled, like you traveled there, and you gathered information. You were instructed, and she's denying the whole bit. So you have to also that's why that's practical as you can make it to where you match it to the outside world. She'll get she will not be able to close the door on you because I have a feeling that she will pretend that she doesn't know what in the world you're talking about. That's she pretending. Mhm. Right, right, right. All in his head. What was his all? It was all in his head. It was all in your head. That's not that. I don't know what gave him that impression. And there's millions of ways that she can deny the truth. She will deny the truth. Mhm. Like, where did you get your information? Like, maybe that's not, maybe everything is not always what it appeared. Mm-hmm. 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 Right, right. Mm-hmm. Right, absolutely. Okay. Well, let's look at her from an emotional point because I mean they give us what's like she looks at you already in my mind's eye like what's ideal for her. She knows it's like a you're related and that makes it all the better. You're related, there's a relation, there's a connection and there's a I love the idea that we are family. Thank goodness I have family I can rely on. It's like there's that vibration, very bright vibration, um, like innocently fit like okay have I have privileges. She looks at you as she has a very bright energy. Like I believe that she thinks very like have big ideas. Like some people they have $1,000 type ideas. She would have the million, like the 6 figure, 7 figure type idea. Like she always thinks really big, and so that's a good thing. Though I think that's a nice that could be a good quality. To always like people say, oh yeah, I see that you can do about 50%. She says like we could do better. We could do about 70, 80%. It's like where are you gonna get any sleep? We can do it. We can do it. That's her. She always believes that in her drink that you will come through. Of course, she's thinking. So this is where you come in at to your question. She sees you as definitely like a soul connection. She does believe you are a family member, 1,000%. I believe she, on the soul level, I believe she loves you. I believe that now loving you correctly, that's another thing. Like respectful love. Okay, so we not all we love, but we don't always know how to properly. People have their own like way that they like to be loved. Like love language. She maybe don't know fully like your love language as a relative, and but she always sees you as okay. So her vibration would be if she could see you more like a partner, like a partnership. But she's but it's too tempting to take advantage of that partnership and create a one-sided ones. So she complicates the partnership. She takes the fun out of doing good things for her. Like there's like a family member. If you work together on it, like we can do it together. Then gonna find out you're gonna pay for it. You're gonna do most of the work. You're gonna do all the resource checking for it. Like you're the one that's got to look everything up. Just he's like over there. Like I'm not like she's already giving the impression. I'm like I'm not looking any of this up. You're gonna look it up. So you're gonna do this or what? So you're gonna so then it's well, could you just give me the money or what? And then it's like, wait a minute, I said I was gonna look up the information for you, and you're going to apply, and then you're going to. It's like, okay, well, we'll do it, So it then makes me feel like, why am I even doing all this? You should be over here doing all this. It's like, what do I need to do? Scoot over. So it's like makes you uncomfortable where you won't even be a partner. But so the way that she gets you into this complicated type of relationship, she has to get you to make a promise. Like she gets you to say, okay, I will do it. Once she has you that, she knows that you're in. Transforming. She has trouble bridging. Like, let me be like as they said. Okay, so transform. They said the transforming experience is come in friendly. She has ability to really be like when she's her positive, healthy self, high vibrational. Like like thank you so much, Rebecca, for helping me. She could really like create a life, like forever. Like love the I work love working together. Love doing things with her forever and ever. Just love. You know, whenever she needs and calls, I'm like right there. She could create that, but she always into this unknown factor. There's always a part of her that's always like you said, she always has something that she wants, and it always gives you the feeling that she's only around when she has. It's always like an intention behind her intentions. Is always to get something out from you. It's not always pleasant. It's not always like an emotional reason why she wants to connect with you. It's she has a connection with you. It's a family tie. She's saying to you that well, I can always count on you. There's something that I need. It's like, okay, but that's all the time. Is there ever a time when you just want to I just wanted to come over and try some of, I know I can go and buy tea. I know I can go to another cousins that have their tea. I want, Rebecca, I want to try your tea. I just want to come visit and chat and sit with you. I don't want anything from you, just your time and your attention a little bit in your conversation. But she's not, she doesn't do that. Now she plays it off like the fact that she can be friendly, right? Of course, we know that it's with intentions. She's like, hey, let's go to the museum, come on out. You go out. Eventually, by end of it, oh, you're hearing, like, oh, I needed this time away, and then it's back to, so what can you do for me? So that's the thing. There's so many good possibilities in terms of, does she, at least she loves you, maybe not with the idea that she shouldn't ask for something. Without that, if she figured that out, we don't claim to know everything, right? So this is maybe an area that she doesn't realize, and then it's being pointed out. Do you realize that every time, like, I would love to just see you, just sometimes, and without you having, I know you're constantly going through things. It'd be nicest to see you without you asking me for nothing, just because you just want to, like, see me, just because you, not because you, out of necessity, that you want to see me. So it feels very much like that's where they're mentioning, like, she complicates your relationship. So she loves you, but she complicates that love with you, for you. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Right, and you're you what's beautiful about having the ability to add dialogue to the universal consciousness, because, like, we're practicing all the time to add thoughts to universal consciousness, add our conversations there, and of course you have very specific checkpoints that allows you to write, and she's your, kind of like your board, to including your thoughts. Yeah, it goes straight to the universal ideas, and then goes straight up to universe, or as a collective. So that is a good side, in that situation, situated to be like, well, if I wanted to use and benefit, how would you be, if it's good or bad, if it's good that you go or bad that you go, if I were to go, how would you benefit? You would benefit greatly, because you would have like a stake in the universe, direct stake. You have implanted some words, and then from that point on, you would be connected, like a a connection, by the way, that you've had the ability to formulate the affirmation that is going to ascend with her, yeah, and having in dialogue with this very specific, aunt, yeah, very specific. It would be with her that it would happen. It doesn't happen with anybody. um, it's very specific. I guess, like they said, many roads to Rome. This is a road, and it's a very clear one. Hmm. And then stated out loud. Well, if you would, I like how you worded it. The process would be, oh yeah, you want to go into a meditation and formulate how, like, if she were to ask, okay, I'm asking you, would you like to help Tim, or would you, or even help me? Then through me, I can give it to Tim or something, any to that effects. And the answer, of course, all of it's meant to be a no. That you would have very specific, like a well created, kind of like it's like writing a no that's going to be an affirmation to get to directly say, or more or less put in the in the hands of the receiver, who is she is going to be the receiver this time. The very fact that you say it, that's when it gets written. In fact, I keep mentioning, when you go home, return home to your personal space, and your mind is, sort of scouring, like looking all over across the universe, the astral plane, you'll probably see this as a dialogue. I believe you're ready to see some other things. I believe this area you will see, like, you when you're hearing that conversation, like playing out like the normal. She's in your head and she's saying, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm asking you, Rebecca. Would you like to do this?" You're gonna hear your voice, a voice say, "No, I'd rather not. Not this time. I'd rather not." And you're like, "Wow, that's new. I never heard it play out like that in my mind." Like without intentionally, and making your inner voice say, "Oh, I don't want to help this time." It just naturally does it, as though it's playing, like it's like a recording, or I like to think of it as words going up into the, up and up and up and up, and you just kind of read what the words. That's how I picture it. Um, yeah. So everything you just said, creating it, writing it in your mind's eye in the form of an affirmation that is meant to be said, giving a statement, right? That I'm not going to assist in with Tim financially. No, I'm not here to assist you, or to get into an arrangement with you, dear aunt. I just here to enjoy, and I'm here to enjoy that. Go to the museum. I just want to stick to our original plan. Thank you. And then, getting out of that conversation, then it becomes written as, from there, it's your part written into the universe. Absolutely, things that are meant to go up, into affirmations. But specifically, this energy would tie into that conversation. So any effort, it can't just be any words. It can't be just, so if I just get my favorite top 10 affirmations I've been meaning to share, say it with her, that goes up. No, it's information that would, because that would go into other directions. This is a very, like other roads. So the information would, you'd follow it to outside of the journey with her that day. So it should be things that are tied into, you have to tie it into the conversation with her. It's a tie in. Okay. This is very specific with concerning Tim, and that's why it would tie in. It would tie in, and this, you would see this one go in a very specific direction. And of course, it's you and being empowered. You're taking on a new space as well. You're in being incorporated, I guess, into a new space. You actually will co-create with her, meaning she just can't just, like, magically affirm anything with you and then you just do it. That's like, no, I acknowledge I still am co-creating. I'm very much aware, consciously aware. In fact, I'm like in person. I'm saying this is what it is, you know, and we're going to enjoy the museum. So, yeah. And then you have that conversation forever. So anytime she starts channeling out to you again, it's going to sound, like when you're receiving her information, it's going to sound very different than it has in the past, like than it does currently. I mean, currently you just hear her voice. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Right. I do get the strong sense that, like, if there's a script, there's a bigger play, and we're only talking about like a script in which you're in the scene. So it's just a small portion of life's big play, right? Whole world's a stage. And so I would definitely like there's some manipulation with John. Like there's a because this would have to be like dynamically so powerful, the magnetic pull, and enough collective thoughts to that cause you to feel like you're obligated to do anything that but consciously, like right now you say the moment I see her next, you've done this before, the moment, I think we've all done this, I mean, the moment when she asked, I'm going to say no, and then she asked but we say yes instead. It's like, wait a minute, I was supposed to say no. Like what happened? It's like something took over me and made me say yes and I meant to say no. And so that is not a good feeling. You feel like somebody like stole something off of you, like you said, draining you, and robbing you. And so definitely that's a yes. I'm just confirming that though she is speaking as in like a affirming declarations, declaring that you should do these things and you're of course you're going to disrupt the monologue. You're going to disrupt this monologue. It's destructive for you. It's not really, as you say, may not even be really helping herself. Um, like she's getting everything through manipulation, and everything that she intends to do, like you said, you never see the results of it. You have not seen. You have still yet to see the results. So it's definitely it's a yes, like in form of like manipulation, like it's like don't like always speaking to you or speaking to others of you. Oh, oh, don't worry, yes, she would do it. Like drawing up a picture of who you are, and but is opposite of who you wish to, how you want to be seen by her or family. But yeah, she does speak to you in regard like manipulating him, manipulating him in conversation of concerning you, and so it makes, oh yes, I heard that Rebecca is is giving, giving of a heart, that is benevolent. Now that sounds nice, but he doesn't know the full story. He doesn't know that, well, she's he's being manipulated. She's manipulating. She's manipulating you, like not giving you a choice to say, a genuine choice. Like I haven't talked to anybody about you or about the things that you do with me for me. I'm asking from my heart. If you can, I understand. If you don't want to, but she's not giving you that option. She's trying to make it where, like, oh, you would say yes anyway. There's not a point in time you wouldn't say yes, and that's not the truth. That's not how you really feel about things. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Absolutely. That's part of the manipulation, and that's a vibration that, like you described, it's very magnetic. And if I may even be even more detailed in my experience working with these energies, when it's like this, and you have minds that say, experiments, where now you got family members, focusing on one thing to make think something happen something according to their will. That when you try to do it sort of in a passive and an abstract way, still get pulled in. It's still there is still an element of a confrontation where you're literally faced with the option to directly say, "I'm just not going to do it," and it's just and I've done it both ways. The best way definitely is more like the confrontative affirmation. That's the best way to do it. The other way is like if it plays out over time kind of bit. But yeah, but at the same time, there's this undertow, like being called out a lot. Like right now, you're speaking of them, speaking of you, and you know full and well that there's conversations. You feel it. You know the nature, and you're not even there. It's not like they put you on a speaker and let you hear their. But you know what's being said, and it does distract us. It is distracting. So yeah, the best way definitely to deal with, and being that you won't have to deal with everybody, because this is it makes it you slide in as there's through her collective, you're sliding in your collective, and so it collective thoughts that when they connect, everybody gets touched by it. Everybody's dial. It affects her dialogue from here on out. It affects the psychic dialogue that's going on with family members. This particular group of souls, acting on they're acting on their energies with you. You're able to also sense what was the new, the updated information, the updated monologue. You're able to also, which gives you that there's that added space that says I have a choice before I naturally just sign my name onto this and say, okay, I promise, no, this time I actually had time to really think about it and ponder it. And I'm hearing my voice in this. I'm hearing myself say, what if this is not a good idea? Maybe I should not do this. And so you're definitely going to feel like you are like we're given an option this time. It may not be a conscious off like one. It'd be nice if she gave you extended out of that option, but it's something that you're gonna feel like, yeah, I had to take it though. Like when it terms of, oh, I have an option here. It's not that they gave me the options, that I took it. I took the initiative to make sure that I have option to say yes or no. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 You you're looking at it in terms of like it's still so close to very close to home. It is risky, but it's also a lot of light here. It's like it feels like you're turning you're like inside out, and you're seeing okay, the light is very sensitive, and it's like a one time deal. It's kind of like do something very where you say self conscious, but you only got to do it once. But it is a light, and you will flare. I mean, your light will shine out, or very bright. Um, if you choose to do it, but you have to be a good sport about it. You have to do it because you really that you're gonna have some laughs. You'll be laughing about this for a while, or like privately when you think about it, or you're gonna get some personal satisfaction from having done this. There's a better energy than feeling embarrassed that you shouldn't or should, or if you did it that you feel the feelings you would get afterwards, like being too self-conscious or gosh that was so embarrassing. But it's like no, there's a better energy, like the fact that actually if I don't take myself so serious, though this is a matter that's personal to me, But it was rather entertaining for me to share this, a bit of this piece about something so personal touches home for me. So they did say that, it's very, what they call it, creative. They said that a favorite time is like, well, they keep saying that seasons change. uh, People will get a laugh if you're okay with people. Not everyone wants to be laughed at. There's laughing with you, but then laughing at you, but then or setting yourself up to be laughed at. Like, it's okay to laugh. There's that kind of laughing at one, but I'm laughing too. So we're laughing with each other. That then because they say that yes, people will celebrate, but they also have words like you'll be at peace. You will find like personal peace because you're in control. But even sometimes we say I am in control, but we still feel a little burned by the fact that, wow, is this the reaction that I was looking for? But then why should I be upset if I was looking for this reaction? Well, I didn't take into account that this actually might really kind of still. I must be still. It must be the wounds must still be fresh, But here it keeps saying over and over, like people are going to love the peace. They will laugh, but we also, as he said, remember the first beginning. It said there's there's bigger emotion than feeling embarrassed or feeling like the sensation of burn, like warmth, like oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed, and actually if I laugh, it would be forced laughter. It doesn't feel good. It's like jarring. But they said no, it's an energy higher than that, and that energy is like I'm not taking this myself so serious. This is something that happens. I'm pretty sure it happens to everybody. So I'm speaking on it. Oh wow, look, and so other people are laughing about this too. They think about this same thing that I'm talking about. They hadn't thought about it that deeply to write about it. I did, and you know what? It is kind of funny. And oh, look at me now. I am smiling about it. I am laughing. So it's not such a big deal on this. It doesn't open up something that, oh my gosh, I wish I would have left closed or left shut. So I see more celebration and more being at peace, than this being an absolute, like a no go. It's an absolute yes, fun wise. Like it's meant to be entertaining. It'll be very entertaining. And like talk about a very serious life situations, but in an entertaining way. And you can make it impersonal, even though the best jokes are of real life. They say the best types of writing. The best types of writing is also things that are the scariest things are often the true things, not the fiction or fiction based on real story. So definitely you could get some good things out of this, some good feelings out of this that would sustain you forever, and that you would this absolutely just like, hey, I remember doing a while ago. I did that piece, and I'm still puts a smile on my face. It's a good sensations, and people really they really liked that piece. It sounds like so. I see. Oh, by the way, they use the word celebration. I saw that they would celebrate. People who read the post would celebrate. Oh, the timing on this is bizarre. They said that as the season changed, maybe late summer, so like maybe a few months from now, to write the piece. And I like well, they did mention that you would be at peace and you would feel in control. I'm getting a lot of Libra, so I'm thinking September would be a fabulous time to release this. So maybe a few like okay, so July, August, September, maybe mid September around that time or first week of September. That would be a perfect time to release this piece in terms of timing. Okay, I'll be fast. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Well, he told me that if you like Russ like if you we call it, stated that you need to be a part of this, be on the list is I believe if I'm understanding correctly, he's going to get you on the list. Okay. All right. So let's go from there and see what he says. They're letting us know that um oh wow. I like this one. It's already talking about the readers like networking. The networking is perfect. They're gonna literally like the opportunity here, full on. Let's do this. Um, especially, I don't know what the post is about, but if it's anything that's debate worthy or raising consciousness worthy, like it's a perfect match. It's something to as you know, a lot of your posts are teaching a lot or raising awareness. So it's like there's a lot of good things, health, energies, very linear. It's very stable here. He's a great match. Oh boy, managing numbers. He's really good. Work wise, I feel like this is a yes. Like you like being in contact with him, working with him at the moment, getting this written, this the post that you're intending to write. I'm not sure if you didn't state what type of post, but the vibrations here read something about like I don't know, they kind of just displayed it like either a debate vibration or like you have a different viewpoint, something to that effect. Of course, you having your special touch to it with being able to be scientific about things as well or realistic about things. They said very healthy. This is a very healthy experience. Also, they said there's a lot to learn here. Well, they did say you teach as well, but there's a lot to like interesting things to learn in this like to for you to go through this experience with him with this yeah, you're going to pick up a lot.